coming?" Nilith spoke up, her voice scratchy with the amount of sand she must have inhaled over the last few days. Pharazar shook his head, still as vacant as a blue balloon. She tapped her teeth, shuffled upright, and edged around a Noish so she could face him. The horse snuffled softly before going back to sleep. "Feels like it. Air's hot, not cold," she said. "Sandstorms fade at night." "Maybe tomorrow, then." He grunted, staring off at the sliver of moon that had poked above a dune. "Unlikely." Nilith tutted loudly. "Got something you need to say?" He spoke with an ice-cold bitterness. "I hate you." "We've hated one another for years." "It wasn't enough for you to come and kill me, to have the audacity to bind me. No, you see fit to drag me across sand and mountain like a dead camel, right into the claws of the first bandits and backstabbers you find. I hate you for that, and more every day that you insist on this disgraceful quest of yours. You're a fucking imbecile, punishing me with your idiotic choices. And what's worse is you believe that mart nonsense will protect you, like some snaggle-toothed witch in orange rags." Nilith ground her teeth. "I did what time demanded of me." "Well, look at what your doggedness has earned you. You came all that way south to fetch me, and for what? You look deader than I do. This journey is cursed by your impetuousness. Carry on like this, and you'll be hounded all the way to Araxes. Never mind reaching the Grand Nixwell in one piece. I'll be shocked if you make it to the sprawls." His judgment stung her, but she waited for her anger to quell. She hadn't the energy for shouting. "So much hatred," she said with a forced smile. "And yet it was you, Pharazar, who saved me from that ghoul in the crater, who undid my bonds." He snarled, clearly ashamed of himself. I swore nobody would bind me. I would rather be murdered all over again before I'm indentured to filthy bandits, or serve some beetle-riding quarry owner, passed on to his moron son like an antique table." "You've come around to my way of thinking, I see. Finally accepted your death. Perhaps there was a chance of a peaceful journey after all. Why not work together? You could stop being a prick, and I'll carry on getting us home." He shot her a murderous look, and Nilith decided humour might not be the best approach. "Help you? How fucking dare—" He was so disgusted as to be speechless. "I only help myself, as I have always done. This isn't over, wife. I have accepted nothing. I didn't want to be sold by the ghouls, but it doesn't mean I will stand to be claimed by you or any other. Better to wait you out and watch you fail. Take my chance when it comes. I told you, freedom, the afterlife, or the void. I am determined to keep that vow." Nilith pushed herself up, and, holding her nose, she moved to Pharazar's corpse. "I may have lost my copper dagger, but fortunately for me you stink like a butchered hog left out for the flies. The ghouls didn't go near your corpse, which means—" After some rummaging between the cloth, she dragged out the scimitar. Its copper and gold looked liquid in the afternoon sun. "I have this. I don't need your help." Pharazar looked smug. "The sun really has baked your brain, hasn't it? You've already failed and you don't even realize it." His voice was sharp, like cut flint. Nilith didn't answer him at first. Instead, she tried some experimental swings of the blade. She winced as her arm sockets protested. "I've made it this far, and still with many miles to travel. How many days do you have to bind me?" 18 days. She could have probably counted the hours if she had the time and inclination. She imagined herself short of the finish line, with only a puff of blue smoke and a stinking corpse to show for all this toil and terror. It was far from the result she had dreamed of. "A few weeks. Plenty of time for you to make a mistake. Why don't you just drag me to the nearest pool of Nyx water you can find? Be done with it instead of insisting on the grand Nyxwell. It has to be done right. You know that. Pharazar had no more to say on the subject. He shuffled around to rid her from his peripheries and busied himself with moon-gazing. Nilith returned to her spot beside Anoish. With her sword balanced on her lap, she watched the ghost through narrow eyes. Sleep didn't pester her. She'd had enough of that. All she entertained was suspicion and wariness of the ghost. She looked into the swirling of his skull, behind the strands of cobalt hair, and imagined him concocting ways to stop her. Nilith spat the grit from her mouth and hunkered down out of the hot wind. At the noise, Pharazar looked over his shoulder. His lone eye glared at her, then returned to the glowing heavens. Nilith squeezed the sword's hilt tighter. She had planned for this. She knew he would be a liability the moment her knife had sawn through his windpipe. There was always cutting his tongue out with copper, but conflictingly, his hate-filled protests kept her sharp, shoring up her determination and reminding her why she had planned this whole journey in the first place. Not to mention the enjoyment of poking and prodding, of telling a captive audience how wrong he was. Perhaps Pharazar had been right. Perhaps there was a lesson in all of this, one that she wanted to teach him before it was too late, final words he would have never listened to whilst alive. It would be a sweeter end, but she didn't need him to understand in order to finish what she'd started. Her thumb whispered against the honed edge of the scimitar. Pharazar had either lied or erred, but in any case, the sandstorm rose with the dawn. A band of orange on the eastern horizon, it rushed across the landscape like a mountain range loosed from its roots. Towers of dust curled above it like grasping claws. Here and there, yellow lightning forked between the billowing clouds, showing their insides and sending thunder rolling across the dune plains. Nilith withdrew her head from the lip of stone and wiped her face. She'd wrapped some spare cloth around her mouth and nose, but her eyes were still bare. You said there wasn't going to be a storm. I said there was unlikely to be one. We can't stay here, we'll be buried. You want to go out there, onto the plains? I saw lights there last night, uncovered for just a moment, but I saw them through the haze. She knew of several small settlements sprawled between Araxes and the steppes. There was a slim chance this was one of them. Trick of your eyes, or a quarry. One whose masters would slap you and me in iron and copper before we blinked. Or greedy nomads looking to make some quick gems. I refuse to move. What do you care? She stared at his shoulders, hunched and glowing brightly wherever the sand punctured his vapours, which, in fairness, was everywhere. He refused to move further behind the wall. It meant being nearer to her. Because there's copper dust in the air. Feels like needles trying to scrape me away. I would rather not traipse through a sandstorm for hours on end enduring this. Nilith was sure she had seen something in the early hours, to the north and west, but there was a chance that she was mistaken. It could have been a wandering ghost or nomads, even a soul train, and yet her doubt was trampled under the desire to prove him wrong. Tough, we're moving. Anoish, being a desert horse with the eyelashes of a camel and wide hooves, wasn't particularly fussed when Nilith poked him into action. Nevertheless, she ripped some more fabric from the bundled corpse and wrapped some around his snout. Once she had made a crude visor for her eyes, she handed the rest to Pharazar. Here, wrap yourself up. He accepted it grudgingly and slipped it over his head and shoulders like a rough cloak. He still wasn't standing, but after Nilith led the horse far enough, he decided he'd rather walk than be dragged along the sand. The going was tough, even before the sandstorm hit. Its vanguard winds whipped the dust up into their faces. Balls of scrub grass and vegetation flew by like catapulted masonry. One struck Anoish in the side, thorns raking bloody scratches, but he ploughed on. With every mile they battled, the sandstorm claimed 10. Soon enough, the distant band of orange had become a towering mass, higher even than the cloud-piercer of Araxes. It billowed and surged like ochre dye blooming underwater, never staying still for a moment. Nilith could hear the deeper roar of rock and dust over the animalistic howl of the gales. "Where are these fucking lights of yours, wife?" Pharazar yelled. "Ahead!" They made it another mile before the sandstorm struck them. A wall of sand-laden air and wind drove them to their knees, tearing at every loose scrap of clothing, every strand of hair. Nilith had to walk at an angle to fight the gusts. Both hands were clamped over her face, and yet still the grit poured into her mouth and nostrils. She managed thin sucks of air through her lips, always one breath away from choking. If she held a foot in one place too long, the sand began to swallow it. Whenever she dared to open an eye through the slits of her fingers, she saw an angry, roiling world of orange and brown, dark as twilight. Palm fronds and scrub and pebbles from old riverbeds tore through the murk, cartwheeling at vicious speeds. One clipped her knee, sending her staggering right into the path of a ball of dry weeds. It knocked her flat and left her with blood smeared across her arm. Direction became moot. She couldn't see 10 paces in front of her. Nilith, to her shame, found shelter behind Anoish's flanks. The horse plodded on, staggering here and there, but otherwise staying strong and sturdy. It did little for the violent gales, but it did keep some of the dust out of her face. She vowed to buy him the largest bale of hay possible when they reached the city. In that moment, the doubt hit her. If they reached the city. Barely half an hour into the storm, and she was all ready to mimic the ghost and curl up in the sand and wait to be swallowed. Behind her, Pharazar had hunkered down into a ball, succumbing to the pull of his corpse and letting himself be dragged. Nilith cursed her impetuousness. Pharazar, though she wanted to spit even thinking of it, might have been right. She didn't pay heed. She did rush in, but it had always worked. Luck had been her friend until now. A smattering of a plan had always managed to bring her through. Though the impetus behind it had been years in the making, even leaving to hunt down Pharazar had been a whim riding on the back of a rumour. She had memorized her maps on the back of a wagon across the long sands. Nilith clung to that dogged luck now, pushed forward in what she trusted was still north. There was nothing to be said of direction besides guesses and luck. The sandstorm obscured all. Her first clue that she was right came in the form of a small stone wall, disguised as a bank of sand. Nilith went tumbling down onto all fours, staring at a ragged thread of garment under her fists. Anoish nuzzled her, but she patted him away. It was a scarf of some kind, half buried. She tugged it free, and it whipped her in the face. "What have you got?" yelled Pharazar. It was a scarf. Clutching it in her hand, she pushed forwards through the raging clouds of grit. She felt as though she were being sanded away layer by layer. Something made of stone loomed out of the orange haze. She pressed her hand against an adobe wall, like a mother finding a lost child. Nilith led Anoish behind a wall, where the winds were lessened. Through her fingers, she spied another stone lump, and another. 6 altogether, huddled around a covered well. Something was drumming loudly in the roar of sand and wind. Nilith shielded her face and poked out to see. She got a mouthful of grit for her troubles, but she spotted a lamp hidden behind glass, affixed to the wall of the largest building. She held the scimitar at her belt and pressed on, faced into the wind now rather than traversing it. "This way!" she called to Pharazar, who had fallen behind, glad for the wall's shelter. Once again, the spell tugged him, and he came walking moodily beside her. As it turned out, the drumming was the wind rushing through a banner. It puffed like a sail against the gales, and the thin, smiling holes cut in its cloth produced low, undulating tones. It seemed to proclaim some sort of tavern, and she wondered if the noise was intentional for times exactly like this. They seemed used to sandstorms. The lamp was hidden behind a dirty pane of glass, and next to it was a door of palm wood and rusty iron, sails against the winds. Nilith groped for the handle, found it immovable, and resorted to pounding on the door. "Please! Help!" she yelled. Then, remembering her Arctian, "Quia! Ayun Kaz!" The door shifted outwards, and a thin metal tube was poked through the narrow crack. Its eye found her, and she instinctively held up her hands, wincing in the thrash of sand. Holding the tube was a thin old man, very dark of skin, matted locks of hair waving like tentacles. He was wild of eye, but a hand on his shoulder held him steady. A woman was there, half hidden by the frame. She was willowy with a proud jawline. She had the milky skin of Eads cave city folk. "We need help! Myself, my shade, and my horse!" Nilith let the scarf flap in the doorway, and the woman took it. The tube waggled towards the blade at her belt. With finger and thumb, she pinched it by the pommel-stone and drew it out for one of them to take. "My horse?" The old man spoke, in a voice so deep she struggled to hear him over the din of the storm. "Uella Shasim." Nilith got the general meaning. His words were clipped and his dialect twisted, but she still understood. "Horse out back." She found Anoish some shelter under a stable of tarpaulin and timber at the rear of the tavern. After tying him up next to a covered barrel of fresh peelings and scrub roots and stashing the body in the corner, she made her way inside with her ears full of Anoish's contented munching. It almost rivaled the roar of the storm and violent flapping of fabric. Pharazar was hovering in the doorway, holding it ajar. Nilith closed it behind her and shook herself. A shower of sand cascaded on the packed floor. "My apologies," she said, before she looked up. As she stared about at the small congregation of benches and tables, the bar, and caught the whiff of roast meat, a great weight descended from her. It might have just been the sand she emptied from her leather coat, but to her it was the first time she'd felt remotely safe in days. The old man had gone to his spot by a clay hearth and a table strewn with earthenware pots. A large set of scales sat before him. It was the woman who answered, standing behind the bar, hands spread wide. "None necessary," she said. "You speak common?" "I do. It's necessary. Get all sorts in here. Traders of all sorts. Souls mostly. Welcome to the purged parrot." "Do you have food? Water?" "What we can spare. The summer has been hotter than usual. More caravans dying in the dune plains." Nilith didn't need to be told that. She found a seat at the bar while Pharazar meandered through the benches. He still clutched his ragged cloth around him. "What about a bed?" Nilith asked. "Ah! Hop!" The woman snapped at Pharazar the moment his glowing arse touched the bench. "Is there a problem?" "His kind aren't usually welcome in town, let alone inside my tavern. But seeing as you aren't from around here, I'll leave him be. He says a word, causes a fuss, and he's outside in the storm." Nilith bowed her head, glad for the rules. "Kind and fair terms." "No, it's not. I expect you to be paying." The woman put her hands on her hips. eyeing Nilith's dishevelled and wounded appearance.
Do I recognize him?
Who? The Shade?
He looks familiar in some way.
Nilith watched Pharazar raising his chin. No, he's just got one of those faces. My idiot husband. Fell down a cliff. After a moment of condolent humming, Nilith patted her ripped smock. Would you accept trade?
Depends.
Well, you could have my... Her hand froze at her neck, finding it bereft of chain and copper coin. She remembered last seeing it around Krona's neck and inwardly swore. The woman raised a finger to the scimitar sat on the bar top.
How about this sword?
It's, my great-grandfather's sword, Nilith explained. I need it. Pharazar cleared his throat behind her. Both she and the woman turned on him, shushing him glares. Nilith had an idea, and pasted a look of resignation on her face. It would be a shame to part with it, but throw in a bath and you've got a deal. The woman looked as though she had just witnessed a murder.
A bath? Are you fucking sun-cracked? What a waste of water!
No, madam, I'm completely serious, and I also saw a well outside. There's nothing that can make a person feel human again like steaming themselves in a bath. The woman shook her head.
Bath's worth 10 silvers easy, at least 50 gems.
So's the sword. More even. The old man snorted over his pots of dust and silt.
Give us the horse.
I can't part with him.
The Shade, then.
I thought you didn't like shades around here. The woman wrinkled her nose.
We could sell him.
I'm telling you, sword's worth more than both. Sell this instead. Don't trade an indentured. The woman picked up the blade, her brow joining her nose as she caught some foul whiff on it. Even so, she noted the black beads of obsidian around its rim and the snakeskin handle. The blade was notch-free and the edge still sharp. In fact, the more Nilith's gaze followed hers, the more she convinced herself the sword probably could have actually got 40 silvers. At the right bazaar, of course. She just doubted it was anywhere around here.
You really want a bath, girl,
rumbled the old man in common tongue.
Sure you're not sun-cracked, eh?
No. I simply feel more grit and sweat than person at the moment, sir. Besides, I have wounds to clean. Nilith gestured broadly to her forehead.
Sin trouble.
Bandits. Stole almost everything. That apparently satisfied the old gentleman, and he went back to tinkering with his metal tube. The pale woman led her to a corridor with honeycomb-like rooms.
Third one along. Simple latch. I'll bring water, food, after the bath. I don't know how much water we can spare for it, mind.
Nilith already had one foot in her room. Anything will be fine. With the door closed, she found her sand-stuffed mattress and collapsed into it. The room was barely a large cupboard, but to her it was a palace, somewhere away from the vengeful fists of the storm. She could hear it moaning through the shutters on the far, or rather not so far, wall. It yanked at their hinges with every gust. The woman returned swiftly with a pitcher of water and a cup, both made out of toughened camel hide. Nilith thanked her before proceeding to drink the entire pitcher in one go. She felt the silt washing around her mouth, but she didn't care. She had swallowed enough sand already. A little more was worth slaking her powerful thirst. While she was waiting for her bath to be drawn, she returned to the main room. Pharazar now lurked in a corner, arms folded. He still wore his makeshift cloak, looking like a stubborn child with the last candied fruit being asked to share. His eyes were slitted and jealous, and she decided to leave him be. He knew better than to interfere. The woman poured her a glug of dark liquid and slid the cup along the bar.
On the house.
Nilith sniffed it, and it burned between her eyes. "What is that?"
"Shame juice, old Fen calls it. It's amita, distilled from beer and other things."
Despite the dubious explanation, Nilith wasn't one to be a bad guest, and so she knocked the viscous stuff back in one go. It felt like swallowing a sword. The taste was aniseed and bitter salt. It clawed its way into her head and dizzied her within moments. "Dead God's piss, that's strong!" Old Fen chuckled to himself over on the table, and she grew curious of his tinkering. "What is that thing, old man?"
"This?"
He held up the tube, then knocked a bowl with a bone ring.
"Or this?"
"Any of it." He looked like the sort of man who enjoyed an audience. Nilith had found that people who owned inns, or those that frequented them more than their own homes, were only ever there to tell their own stories, not to listen to others.
"Ahem. Well, it's all rather complicated," he began. "Don't let him fool you. It's not witchcraft or wizardry. What do you call it? Science, is it?" "Don't ruin it, Eber. Let me talk."
Fen bobbed his head.
"That's what the Chamber of Thinking used to call it. Sar,"
he said in Arctian. "Science? Sounds like the word for magic."
"Same thing to those who don't know better. What looks like magic is just science we don't understand yet."
Eber rolled her eyes and poured herself her own shot of a meter. Nilith took a seat across from the old man and began to sniff the small earthenware dishes. They were a spectrum of colours, from pitch to lavender, mustard to crimson. Some smelled like salt, others sulphur.
"You can make all sorts of magic with this. For instance, pinch of this and that over a flame, stretch out a wineskin into a balloon over it, and the skin'll fly on its own."
"No!"
"Surely. It's all from thousands of years ago. The ancestors, you know them?"
"We all have ancestors. Mine were likely different."
"Well, here's another example. They didn't fight with swords, see? Not just with swords. They had something else."
Fen went to work, taking an empty dish and sprinkling small amounts into it, yellow, black, grey. With his leathery fingers, he mixed up the powders, doing so with utmost care. Nilith saw Eber watching, bored, as though she'd seen this a score of times. A quick flick, and Fen dashed the powders into the hearth. The small flame that had been burning there flashed into life, burning bright white and reaching up to put scorches on the adobe wall. Nilith had been expecting some salt trick of a beldam, not an explosion. She was shocked. "What in the reaches?" Fen rubbed his blackened fingertips together. It was only then she noticed half the fingers on his right hand were missing, just puckered nubs.
"Makes you think, doesn't it? Possibilities. The oldest nomad songs say they had great machines called columns, could shoot chunks of rock, tear a man in half."
Nilith pointed to the thin tube made of battered lead and twine. "Is that what that is?"
"A small one."
The old man held it up. It had a latch on one end and a hole nearby with a lamp wick curled over it.
"Put the powder in, then a little pebble."
"Or a gem. That was a waste, wasn't it, Fen?" He ignored Eber, continuing with his lesson.
"Then you can stuff a bit of cotton down it, stop it coming out. The hole means you can light it, push the wick down, and boom!"
"What happens to the pebble?" Eber cleared her throat, tapping the edge of the bar. Below her long fingers there was a splintered hole the size of a coin. "Dangerous."
"Ain't it just?"
Fen wiggled his stumps.
"That was the first try. Wood don't work for columns. If I can just show it to somebody in the city, Somebody rich with an eye for science. I could make my coins be a tour in a tower before I die."
Nilith ignored the dry cough coming from the corner of the room. She could see the hope running through old Fenn's eyes like sand through the waste of an hourglass. If I had the gems... But the ghouls had taken them all.
"Ha!"
Fenn snorted.
"All the travellers say that."
Nilith leaned forwards, fixing him with a stare. "I know a few people. When I'm done with my business, I'll try to come back here. I'd say come with me, but it's dangerous. Too many have died already."
"Connected, I suppose. Know all the right people. Ha! You traders spin some yarns."
"I'm no trader." Nilith paused, wondering what was worth sacrificing to gain the man's trust. Both the fighter and the opportunist in her saw the potential of this fire powder, and it had ignited her intrigue. It could change the world. "I know Araxes inside and out. I know great minds that would boggle at this, traders with hundreds of ships, people who would lick their lips at such a demonstration."
"And criminals? Terrorists? Soul-stealers? Warlords? Who's to say which hands should hold this powder?"
He grabbed a handful and let it sift through his remaining fingers. Nilith had to smile. She leaned back. "You make a fine point, sir. Perhaps such things aren't worth the silver or gems." Fenn's reply didn't make it out of his mouth. Eba rapped her knuckles on the bar.
"Bath's done."
Nilith could have kissed the woman. Perhaps the Amisa had gone to her head after all. After stowing Pharazar in her room, she followed Eba to a small hollowed-out chamber with a door to the outside, where a large trough lay steaming. A fire heated the room, and over it pots and pans of dirty water. Eba poured a few in before she vacated. Nilith caught her murmuring before she shut the door.
"Sword better be worth it."
The first dip into a bath was always the most special, followed closely by complete immersion. Nilith didn't waste any time achieving both, disrobing and then quickly plunging herself in. She found baths to be odd things, so luxurious and innocent, and yet all it took was a mere duck of the chin, a few long moments, and they could drown a woman. Pleasure seemed always so intertwined with danger. The hot water put all of that out of Nilith's mind. It made her sweat, but the warm embrace dissolved the tension in her limbs, calmed her heart, and made her head loll against her chest. Whether it was the release, how sweet peace could feel, or the stress finally catching up with her, but she began to shake. Her eyes stung. The water splashed as she scratched the sand from her arms and neck, tearing at her hair to rid her scalp of grit. Half-formed words streamed from her mouth. When finally her breath ran out, she fell still, heaving to the rapid beat of her heart. Under the shadow of her tangled raven hair, she stared down at her face in the rippled water. The stiller she was, the clearer it became. The Nyx water had sealed her face wounds. The bruises and great bags under her emerald eyes remained. A tooth was missing in the corner of her mouth. One eye was still intent on staying bloodshot. Nilith lay back with a shaking sigh. She knew any moment the waters would start their inevitable turn to cold, and so she lapped up every scrap of heat. She did not care about the scratch of silt and wood under her spine, nor the flinches of pain coming from every blister on her sun-roasted shoulders, nor the fact she was in a trough, nor the fervent rattling of the outside door. All that occupied her was the stillness of the water wrapping her. No trot of a horse, no ache from looking over her shoulder constantly, no sharp wind pushing her onwards. Just stillness. Nilith must have stayed in those waters until they were cold. Chapter 21. Hypothetically speaking. The scrutinizers were a chamber initiative that started several hundred years ago. They were torturers and interrogators originally, and only the chamber knows truly if they still are. A force of law and order they call themselves. I'd call them a waste of air. A show of authority for the sake of fulfilling authority's need to show authority. Cyclical lies, friends. Pomp and trivialities. From a speech by condemned soulstealer and anarchist Winston Dank in 870. Cécine paced. She was fond of pacing. It quelled what lesser folk might have described as nerves. Hers was a higher plane of fidgeting, a necessary sprightliness. She had the weight of an empire on her back after all. "Where is he, Attain?" The shade, sprawling on a velvet bench, wore a weary look. Cécine was glad that for once he was dressed in the manner his position dictated. A long robe, charcoal grey and adorned with the royal colours of turquoise and sandy yellow. He should be here soon. He said he'd come. Soon is not a time, and as of now, soon is late. I cannot abide. Attain cut across her. Lateness. I will remind him when he gets here. Cécine swung past him to prod him with a finger, and the sharp copper thimble on its tip. You've grown sullen of late, more recalcitrant than usual. What is wrong with you? Should I be concerned? Must I have you sold? Attain scrunched up his face. His blue vapours etched faint wrinkles. He had been around 50 when he died, but to Cécine he looked much older. Perhaps shades did age on some level. Through toil and time, the years will always leave their marks on souls. She halted and crossed her arms with a crackle of silk. Spit it out! It's this business with Temza and his shade. They can't be trusted, and yet you seem to be barrelling towards friendship. I do not barrel, shade. I manoeuvre, I sidestep, I parry. And it is not friendship I seek, but a temporary ally, one I can control as long as I need him, one who can graciously take a fall if the need arises. And this Daneb, the mute, you say, has sold his coin back into indenturement. Him. I never trusted him. He was with the cult of Sesh for hundreds of years. You don't just leave the cult after that long. Is that so? Cécine raised an eyebrow. Attain shook his head, chewing over his words. Before he could give them voice, a timid knock sounded at the great door in the next room. He practically flew from the bench to answer it. "What is it?" he hollered through a peephole. The voice was muffled behind the wood, steel, and ivory. "There's a visitor for Her Highness. Won't give us his name. Middle-aged, short, beard, cane, and eagle-foot. Got a big shade and a guard with him. Looks Admit them." "You serious?" "Admit them, man. On the Empress-in-Waiting's orders." "Right away." When Attain came ambling back, she prodded him again in the centre of the forehead. He winced, and she saw the pale flash of anger in his eyes. "You're a fool if you think I can't see it, old shade. I've spent years watching the ticks and shrugs of Serex who think silence is a shield from their lies. You doubt me, your own master, and I find that intensely disturbing. You do not get to doubt me. You simply follow orders," Cécine told him. "I will not have your foul mood interfering with this evening. Understand?" Attain tried a bland smile. "As you wish." "Good. Now fetch me this man." The shade went into the next chamber and laid hands on the door's locks. After a glance through the peephole, he cranked them. 6 sharp, metallic twangs sounded before the door swung open with a hiss. The clank of armour spilled through the gap, and moments later, a score of guards filed into the opulent parlour and took their places around the walls. They were dressed from scalp to sole in silver and blue steel, with their short swords already half drawn in true royal tradition. Cécine took her place on a long couch, slightly reclined, but still straight as a spear. One elbow up, hand against her face, and the other idly waving a thin silver flute of spiced wine. The Ark lived off beer, and that was what made it common. She was better than that. Etain had remained outside in the hallway, waiting for Temsa to ascend to the highest reaches of the piercer. Even with colossal clockwork lifts and 1,000 shades winding levers above and below, it took an age. When finally Etain appeared at the door, Cécine put on a pleasant smile, one she had tailored over the years. The trick was to reveal just the right amount of teeth. She wanted to appear warm, yet aloof, confident, yet disarming. But as boss Boren Temsa entered her chambers, she found it a struggle to maintain any kind of smile at all. The man must have been 2/3 her height, bent of back, and leaning on an ornate onyx cane. Her eyes roved from his greased hair to the sharp beard framing thin lips and a gold-speckled smile, from the wrinkles of his years to his clothes of fine black and grey silk, and finally to the source of the strange clanging noise. His leg! It was an eagle's foot, cast in gold and copper and attached just below the knee. 4 talons spread out from the ankle, curled and sharp, and scratching at the marble with every step. What had happened to the customary ebony or mahogany leg she had no clue. Her mother had once told her that short people should always choose short guards in order to appear taller. It was a matter of fashion in Araxes, yet Temsa had thrown that to the wind. He was dwarfed by his companions, looking like the river at the gutter of a canyon. They loomed at each of his shoulders. One was a paler woman with tight braids and broad tattooed shoulders to match her height. The other was a shade in full battle armour, standing almost 7 feet tall. This must be Danib. Now he stood before her, she did find something familiar about him. She pondered if she had seen him during her grandfather's flight of fancy with the cult when she had been just a tiny girl. "Your Highness," Temsa said, in a voice aged with smoke and drink and harsh words. He bowed deeply, and stayed in that position so long Cécine wondered if he was having trouble coming back up. But he did, and she nodded her thanks. Unlike most visitors to her chambers, Temsa's eyes didn't once creep to the grand balcony, or the silken drapes, or the gilded arches hanging above them. They were fixed on hers, unblinking and curiously confident, almost excited. Usually her guests were more prostrate and quivering. "Allow me to first say what an honour it is to be invited to your royal chambers and to be in your presence," he said. She waved a hand at a matching couch. "Boss Boren Temsa, it is a pleasure also. Please, sit. I'll have my chamber shade, Etain, fetch you some wine." "Don't mind if I do." Temsa removed his long coat and handed it to Annie with a flourish. Etain moved past Danib, keeping his eyes low, even though the big shade watched his every movement. He poured Temsa a glass and returned to the adjoining room. Temsa sipped the wine daintily, but his breeding showed through him smacking his lips. "A fine drop. Skull." "You know your grapes. Irena, 10 years old."
I believe one needs to if they intend to spend coin on their juices.
Cecine was struggling to keep her gaze from straying to the leg. Instead, she gestured to the two giants. "Won't you introduce me to your companions?"
Of course. Might I present Miss Annie Jezebel, one of the finest warriors the Scatter Isles ever birthed, and Danib, a very old and close associate of mine. With no disrespect to Miss Jezebel, he is quite possibly the finest warrior in all of the Ark."
Cecine watched their reactions. Jezebel seemed to have trouble understanding, but the gist was enough to make her frown. Danib was featureless, a glowing blank canvas. "Bold claims, Boss Temsa," she said. "Might I ask why they are not out fighting for the Emperor against the Scatter Princes with the rest of our fine warriors?" Temsa grinned, showing off several gold-capped teeth.
"Annie, because I pay her better, and Danib, because I am his master. Through silver and copper they are devoted to me, and I feel safer for it. Dangerous days in this city, wouldn't you say?"
"Indeed." A silence fell, pregnant with polite shuffling and sipping of wine. Cecine decided to lead. "You may be wondering why I invited you here."
"For mutual gain, or so your shade informed me."
"That is true, in broad terms. Advancement, evolution, these terms would be more accurate. I can tell you are a man who is a forward thinker, not one for normality." She motioned towards the leg. She had to know, even if it was merely morbid curiosity. Temsa played dumb for a moment, looking at his glass before his lap.
"Oh, the leg. Of course. Quite the conversation piece, wouldn't you agree?"
He was more confident and, dare she think it without shuddering, charming than she had expected. Temsa had swaggered into her rooms as if he dined with royalty every other week. He was no Sarek, no Tor, and yet here he was, sipping wine with the Empress-in-waiting, and no sign of a tremor in him. Cecine wondered whether the royal reputation had slipped, or if this man thought far too much of himself.
"It is not a glamorous story, I'm afraid, Highness. Simply an accident of my own causing. As a lad, I worked as a whale fisher on a proud and honest boat. We made a killing 2 ways, we used to say. First at sea, then at land when the silver was divided up. Problem was, such work gave me a thirst for gambling, and I spent most of my pay in cards dens and fight pits. You must be aware of what it's like in the outer districts, where the chamber of the code's power is fainter than here in the core. I fell into debt with a man named Roth Canet, a dangerous man. Sold weapons to anyone with a purse big enough, regardless of loyalty. As I couldn't pay what I owed him in silver, I had to pay with my flesh. He sent a man named the Butcher to me one night, and he left with one more leg than he arrived with."
Cecine leaned forward, wine hovering at her lips. She knew that learning a man's past could tell a lot about his present, and more importantly, his future. "Surely that is not the end of the story. Attain tells me you are a wealthy businessman, and growing wealthier every day. How does one grow such an empire from such poor beginnings?" Temsa shook his head.
"How else does one succeed? I dusted myself off and improved. I learned the cards. I learned the cups. It took me a year to start running my own rackets, taking cuts on games. I used the winnings to buy property. Buy and sell. Buy and sell. That was my trick. 3 years later, I took my vengeance on Roth Canet and his butcher by buying and burning his prized card den to the dust in the space of an hour. They just happened to be inside it at the time. A decade later, I have turned from trickery to honesty. I am proud to run a tavern and a profitable and very legal soul-trading business in Best District. The leg is now a reminder that from loss comes strength."
"To strength, then?" Cecine held out her glass, and he touched his to it with a clink. "Leave us!" Temsa flinched ever so slightly as she barked her order. The shining guards hesitated. Attain appeared around the corner. "Your Highness?" he asked. "Guards, leave us!" They left at a creeping pace, wary of the company they were leaving their empress in waiting in. Sure enough, they filed out. The door lingered open behind them. Attain pursed his lips. "And me?" She beckoned the shade to her side. "Stay. As can your companions, Master Temsa, if you trust them."
"With my life."
The door was locked, and Cecine turned to face Temsa. Danib and Jexabel moved forwards to stand behind his half of the couch. Something heavy and metallic grated in the next room, and Attain appeared with his huge greatsword. Not a curved Arctian sword, but a straight, double-bladed weapon of the scatter. One side was sharp steel, the other dipped in copper. Its weight did not seem to bother him. Cecine knew it to be called Periseph, something to do with a dead mother or wife she couldn't remember, let alone understand why anybody saw the need to name a weapon. Attain took up position by her side and rested the sword's point between his feet. He stared at Danib, then Jexabel, and waited for his mistress to speak. 100 years dead amounts to a lot of spare time. Before he was killed in a coup between my ancestors, the Tarlan and Renala houses, Attain here was a prince by all rights, and a champion of the sword. He still is, in death. Practices every day, don't you, Attain?" There was a whoosh as the shade swung his sword in an arc. She could have sworn she heard its metal whisper. Temsa's smile had hardened.
"Why the warning, Highness? I thought it was business we were talking."
"No warning. Business it is. However, I thought it might be useful to point out Attain's history, seeing as it intertwines with your Danib's. It seems they were both members of the insidious cult of Sesh at one time, which I believe you are aware of. I cannot help but question whether there is still a connection there. Before I speak further, I must know if you have had any dealings with the cult. If so, then Attain here will be happy to escort you from the piercer."
Temsa held her gaze. "And here I was thinking nobles and royals never talked straight."
He finished his drink and returned the glass to the table. He crossed his leg, letting it shine in the bright lamplight.
"Rest assured, Empress-in-waiting, that my dealings with the cult amount to selling them a few shades and trinkets here and there. Sometimes they pay me in tips for good sources of shades."
"Legal sources?"
"Of course. Poorhouses, building collapses, hospitals and the like."
Cecine smoothed out her skirts, humming. "As you likely know, the cult are far from favoured by the Tarlan Renalas and the Cloud Court. Not after they weaseled into my family and turned my grandfather, Emperor Milizan, to religious madness. It took his death and my grandmother's banishment to see the royal line put right again. I will not stand for a repeat of history."
"I'm aware, Highness. I remember applauding the rumours of the cult's culling, and when I heard how swiftly your father introduced their backsides to the flagstones. I know your proud line, descended from the bones of the dead gods, would never stoop so low as to consort with fanatics and madmen again, or criminals for that matter."
Cecine raised her glass. "Speaking of criminals, I hear other rumours of Tals and Tors going missing, of them dying suddenly. of guards posted at empty mansions and towers, with no explanation besides scant letters. Most strange is that no claims have been made on their fortunes as yet, not by family nor associates. What half-coins they kept in their own vaults have gone. Those they kept with banks linger in their vaults, yet to be legally transferred. It smacks of criminality, to say the least, but unlike any Araxes has experienced before. What have you heard of such things, Boss Temza? He sucked air through his teeth.
Well, to tell the truth, Your Highness, not much. We soul traders and businessmen keep our ears to the washing lines. I have heard of the disappearances, but nothing as to who's responsible. I would have heard of it sharpish. So far, the washing lines have been quiet.
Cecine bowed her head in disappointment. A pity.
I imagine it has the court ruffled.
That is not the pity of it.
No? What is?
She sighed. Araxes is diseased at its core, and yet the ones with the power to change it pretend nothing is wrong. The Serex prefer to spend their time bickering. My father still refuses to leave his sanctuary, and my mother has seen fit to flee. As shameful as it may sound, the murders have turned heads when nothing else could. This level of chaos might actually be good for the city, if it were to continue, even escalate. I am keen to congratulate the man or woman behind it. Temza clearly tried to hide his smirk, but the glint in his tiny eyes betrayed him. He thought on her words for a moment.
It's a sad time for a grand city such as ours, when its redemption requires murder to be achieved.
Indeed, but these are flights of fancy in any case. Surely such a task would be impossible. Bold though this man, or woman, might be, I would wager it has been luck so far. I doubt they have the reach, the information, or even the resources to keep up such work.
You might be surprised, Majesty.
How so? Temza cleared his throat, leaning to the edge of his seat.
Even after binding a few tools and towels, ransacking several towers, I would wager this enterprising person, likely a person of the lower hierarchies, won't be rich enough for their liking. They'll want more, but more means greater danger and more attention from the scrutinizers and the Chamber of the Code. If they're wise, they will play it safe and slow, or call it a day altogether, unless...
Despite her love of theatre, Cecine had never been one for blatant fishing. Such a practice was below her. However, she knew the meaning of a wriggle on the line, and gave in. Yes?
Unless such a person had a benefactor, an equal-minded person in the upper reaches of the city. Somebody of importance and clout.
Cecine nodded slowly. How interesting.
I find it so.
Temza waggled his glass.
More wine, Attain?
Sword kept firm in hand, Attain poured out another measure for both him and Cecine. How would a benefactor help such a person? The man held out a stubby finger, counting.
They would provide names, addresses, information on the stepping stones to causing the necessary chaos. Names that are known for relying on their own vaults and locks rather than the bank's.
Easy for somebody in a high enough position. There is a saying in the Piercer. It is everybody's business to know everybody's business.
A wise motto, Your Highness.
Temza thumbed his goatee.
And, of course, assurances would be needed.
Absolutely. These sorts of things need to be protected, kept quiet.
Indeed. And trust. And free rein.
Not to mention Compensation. That stopped Temza with his mouth half open. Compensation. On both sides, I would imagine. Shades for the one party, perhaps, in return for information, and for the other, for dirtying their hands. Well, they can keep whatever else they claim.
A weighing.
Cécine had to swill her wine back into her flute. Excuse me? She saw a slight dip in Annie Jezebel's forehead.
What better disguise is there? Surely a person taking such dark and dangerous strides would stay in the dark, not assume his or her place in the order of things. No tour or tale would be so bold and daring. Your nobles love to play your games far too much.
Cécine waited, thinking hard about which strings could be pulled, which mouths might be silenced. For days she had planned this out in her mind, but Temza's proposal was an uneven flagstone, and it had tripped her. I believe it would be far more dangerous. A higher profile brings higher scrutiny. Such a sudden rise would be subject to investigation. Temza snorted.
Psh! Forgive me, Majesty, but the chamber is paralysed by processes and backlog. The chamber is a toothless wolf. It looks the part, but it lacks the bite. Most tours and tales have yet to realise this, and so they still believe that bold, hostile takeovers will result in punishment, at least public shaming. With the right sigil and the right bank, depositing stolen half-coins that weren't already banked isn't a problem. Small deposits attract no attention, neither do certain transfers with the right documents. Weighing them and making them official isn't the problem either. Neither would a few transactions here and there. It's keeping the rumours from spreading. That's what'll bring the chamber crashing through a door. That's where the benefactor comes in, and it's less suspicious to protect a fellow noble than somebody lowly.
That was how he was doing it. Forgery and blackmail. Banking in increments to avoid attention. It also explained why he hadn't already claimed the dead noble's half-coins from their bank vaults. He had been waiting for protection. Cécine wasn't sure whether he had slipped or was simply being honest, but she gladly took it in her stride. She couldn't help but imagine the stacks of half-coins no doubt stashed beneath his tavern, waiting to be banked. It sounds needless to me. She tapped the spine of her flute with her copper nail.
What is the point in building an empire without enjoying it?
In that moment, Cécine understood the man. He was no different from the Araxes of the Cloud Court. He wanted what all in Araxes longed for. More. He wanted to have a name, a title, a tower of his own. Should this be the case, complete separation would be a wise idea, she said.
I would agree.
No public contact nor conversation.
Oh, I don't know. Temza chuckled between sips. If the person in question makes Serek, a public argument could be useful to prove the opposite.
Cécine almost choked on her wine, but she covered it well. She decided to reel in her catch. Well? Temza looked between her and Etain.
Well, what?
Do you know of such a person who would be willing to take such a chance? Hypothetically speaking, of course. He shrugged, a gesture she had always hated. It was neither yes nor no, and as such, not an answer.
I would have to ask around.
She narrowed her eyes. Ask around? I imagined you to be discreet.
Temza got to his feet abruptly. I might know a man. Owns a tavern. Successful soul trader. He might be of use to you, hypothetically speaking.
With that, he drained his glass and reached for the coat hanging from Jezebel's hands.
I thank you for the wine and glorious company, Highness.
"And bid you a good evening," he said loudly, with another deep bow. "I will be in touch soon." Cecine watched him go with a mouth that didn't know whether to hang or clamp shut. Daneb looked back over his shoulder with a blank look. It was for Etain, not her. When the door had shut, and she heard the clank of armour escort Temza away, she turned to Etain. He was already looking at her, lips starting to curl, a dry mirth in his eyes. "I do believe we have our man, the agent of chaos that we need." "And you think you can control him?" he asked. Cecine lobbed the wineglass at him. It smashed against his robes, staining the turquoise a deep purple. "Out!"
"Pretty young thing, was she not, Medea?" Temza asked of Annie, who had taken on a slouch.
"What?"
"Pretty young, I said. Those royals and their bright eyes. Pretty young is all. If I took an axe to her skull, I reckon feathers would spill out instead of brains."
Daneb grunted, the closest he ever came to a chuckle. Temza wagged his cane.
"You underestimate her. She is quite the player of games. You'd almost think it ran in the family."
Temza shaded his eyes to stare at the sky and the beautiful evening it was turning out to be. Not that Araxes knew much else besides the occasional sandstorm and sea squall, but the factory smoke was blowing out to sea for a change. The only thing that marred the dusty purple were the highroads, spearing the base of the piercer.
"The air's fresh. I think I'll fetch a litter back to the slab."
Temza clanged down the wide steps of the cloud piercer, making passers-by look on with confusion, and, in some cases, horror. He lifted his chin. It had been a good day, and he liked the attention. A line of armoured carriages and litters waited at the edge of the street. Their carriers were shades, bent of back and a faint purple in the fire-glow of the sky. They lazed about, muttering, though as soon as Temza came near, they began to perform. Heels were clicked, hands waved, and glowing smiles beamed. Prices came rolling in, special offers or promises of a sturdier ride than the next fellow. No doubt they were all comrades in servitude, but right now they were fierce competitors, beggars squabbling over an apple. Temza chose two sturdy fellows with quiet voices and not much to say. Temza sat in their chainmail and velvet-lined litter, and they pulled the canopy over its frame to give him some privacy. Daneb and Annie took up positions to walk either side. He stared out at them through his linen windows.
"Daneb always looks depressed, but your face is unusually downturned, Annie, even for you."
She worked her mouth, finding her words.
"Think you made a mistake, boss?"
Temza waited for the explanation. She complained about nearly everything, but never his decisions. Not once. He realized he needed to listen.
"You gave away too much, moved too quickly, spoke too plainly." "I haven't agreed to anything, Medea. And as for our conversation, purely hypothetical. You heard the young empress-in-waiting."
Annie kicked at a stone, catching a pedestrian on the ankle. There was a yelp of indignation, but the moment the man saw the size and meanness of the offender, he apologized and hobbled on.
"Still," she mumbled, "you don't know her. The richer they are, the more devious they've had to be to get there. She's the richest of the lot, apart from the Emperor. We don't know the cult's intentions either, and yet we partnered with them. And now you're working against them with her. Too many people in one bed."
Temza laughed.
"The older I get, Medea, the more I find you can never have too many people in your bed. You can always kick them out. What you've got to watch out for is being kicked out of beds that aren't yours. I can handle the cult."
"And the princess? You think you can manage her alongside the sisters?"
"You're stepping between the hammer and the anvil, boss." "And yet, I am uniquely positioned to keep the two at arm's length. They'll have no clue until I want them to. All I need to know is their end games. It can't just be power. Power isn't enough for people like them.
People who want titles, like you suddenly seem to want.
Temza rubbed his beard. Shit. Have I made another mistake, Annie? She growled. We always worked from the shadows. Better that way. Well, you'd best polish your axe heads, because we're moving into the light, sanctioned, supported, official. I told you before, no more alleyways, no more small banks or stuffing half-coins into cellars. We'll take what we want and get to smile at the ball after we do it. Annie just shook her head, clearly finding it all a bit too much. Temza waved a hand at her. She'd come around eventually, when she was buried in coin, swimming in axes. That would grease her wheels. She was too short-sighted to see it now, but she would. And you, Danib, you think I've made a mistake as well?
The mighty shade just shrugged. Temza couldn't make anything of it, but he knew it wasn't excitement or pride. None of what he was feeling.
Let's not all cheer at once, shall we? I think I'll bask in the glow of tonight's success alone.
With a flick of his wrist, 2 linen strips descended to block them out. Danib's glow still permeated the thin cloth, as did Annie's smell of sweat and steel oil, but at least he didn't have to see their grumpy faces.
Carriers! Onward!
He poked his head out of the window as the litter lurched.
You two can take your time, see the city. Maybe get it into your thick skulls that things will be changing for the better. That way, you'll be in better fucking moods when you return.
Annie and Danib's sullen looks followed him all the way to the next corner. Chapter 22. Old Friends. By decree of the Empress, Arctians are discouraged from the practices of dead-binding or strange-binding. The tenets of the bound dead do not account for these practices, and as such, they are an affront to indenturement itself. Souls are to be kept in the shade form rendered by the Nyx, and not placed within another object, alive or inanimate. Royal Decree, dated the month of Tarwab, Arctian year 850. Nilith awoke with a start, unfamiliar with the trappings of sackcloth and blanket. She pressed her hands to the walls, feeling how cold they were and flat. Nothing like the dark cave mouth she had been dreaming about. Pharazar was still holed up in the far corner by the door, squinting at her in a beam of sunlight breaking through the shutters.
Time? An hour or 2 past dawn.
Shit, Nilith cursed, throwing herself from the cot and towards her smock, freshly washed and repaired, and a spare cloak and trews from old Fen. They had more new cloth in them than old, but she was grateful for it.
So ladylike, sighed Pharazar.
Nilith strode into the bar, finding a few others scattered about the place, hunched over cups. Eber nodded to her, paler still in the daylight streaming through the open door. The old tinkerer had disappeared with the sunrise like a vampire.
"Will you be wanting breakfast?"
Eber asked. Nilith shook her head. "Just supplies is all. Something that'll travel."
"I can spare a few bits of tack bread, maybe an orange. There's water in the well, and a fresh skin too, which I'll throw in for not causing any trouble, and for keeping old Fen occupied. One of these days he'll blow himself straight to the afterlife, and this tavern along with it. Speaking of—"
Eber reached beneath the bar and produced a small leather pouch with a long loop of string choking its neck. It thumped on the wood.
"He left this for you, some of his powder. Said to show it around the city, that you seemed the sort to know what was right and wrong."
Nilith found a smile tugging at her mouth. She hung the pouch around her neck and tucked it under her mended smock. I hope he's right.
That gods be with you then.
And with you, Iba. Nilith moved towards the door, but caught herself. There might be one thing else. Iba narrowed her eyes, suspicious. Could you spare a knife or other blade? Hopefully copper? The woman seemed to understand perfectly.
All I got is a fork.
That'll have to do. With the makeshift weapon tucked into her pocket, Nilith strode into the day. Wincing at the sunlight, she fetched Anoish from the stables, half of which had been torn away in the night. The horse didn't seem bothered one bit, still chewing at some remnant of the bucket, staring at her, a look of calm boredom in those dark eyes. Dust clung to his eyelashes. He dragged his hoof along the ground as she approached, making a mark. "That's right," she replied. "We're moving on." Strapping the body back onto the horse was a task neither of them enjoyed. It was almost enough to ruin her morning and last night's bath in one fell swoop. Though the sandstorm had blasted a lot of the smell away, dark stains were seeping through the rags in patches, and the softness of the body turned her stomach. Pharazar had appeared around the corner, staring dolefully out into the desert between the buildings. Now, in the daylight, Nilith saw they had found a small town, complete with a central meeting circle and well. The buildings were like adobe tortoise shells, half swallowed by orange sand. She could smell the char of Smith's fires on the morning breeze, the tails of the storm. "Onwards, then?" she asked of him. He grunted some manner of reply before taking up a cross-armed position. He wanted to be dragged today, it seemed. Another useless protest. Casting a leg over Anoish, she settled down into what was by now a very familiar position. She swore she had made an arse-shaped mould in the horse's back. At first the sores complained, reminding her of the flight from Abattoir. As she left the town, Nilith threw a look south, where the desert rose up in one enormous yet incredibly gradual slope towards the steppes. They still dominated the horizon behind them. The fire spar looked ashen grey in the haze. There was an orange tinge to the air of dust still yet to settle. Once more, she and the horse fell into the rhythm of the journey, nodding heads together as hooves rose and fell. Dried salt and scrub plants, long dead and dried out, crackled beneath him. Nilith let herself fall into a daze as the heat rose. The hood sewn into her cloak did its job of keeping the sun at bay, but not its heat. She still cooked, same as ever, only now she had the white crust of the salt flats to reflect it. She closed her eyes and let Anoish do the navigating. The clever beast had realized it was north they were heading, and stayed true, wavering only at noon when the sun was at its hottest. Pharazar decided to talk just as the sun began to slip west. "You do realize you've given up your only defense by trading that sword?" Nilith had, and said as much. "What will you do if we meet more bandits?" "We'll have to run faster, won't we?" she replied, patting the horse. He whinnied in agreement. The stripes across his flanks were still healing. "Foolish bitch. Would you rather I planned and plotted like a true Arctian? If it means not being bound to some greasy-fingered bastard of a merchant, then yes." "Always thinking of yourself." Pharazar hissed again. He clearly had an axe to grind today, and was keen to see it razor-sharp. Some of his fire had returned, it seemed. "You're one to speak. You seek to further your own gains by binding me," he snapped. "Do I? Don't make me laugh. I know you do this for yourself. What else could be worth all this effort?" "There are many ways to be rich, husband. Something you never learned." He fell silent, but no less sullen. He stared at her, arms crossed, his feet carving slight furrows as he let the magic pull him. His glow was bright against the sun. "You will see, Pharazar. You will see with your own eyes," Nilith told him. She turned back around, and a spot of something caught her eye in the sky above. A wheeling dot, wings flared on thermals. She shaded her hand and decided it was too small and fast for a vulture. It was the same creature that had followed them for the last few days. There were still no shadows on the southern horizon, but it still put her hackles up. "Let's keep going, in silence. It's much better with your mouth closed, dear." Pharazar obliged her for the time being, and she fell back into the monotony of trotting. Only this time, she kept one eye on the sky and its dubious inhabitants. They had journeyed 2 miles when the rocks struck her in the back of the head. The hood absorbed some of the blow, but the missile was sharp and she sprawled against Anoish's neck with a cry. The second caught the horse on the back end, making him jolt into a gallop. Nilith was tossed from his back, coming down hard on her side. Her bruised ribs lit up anew. "You!" she wheezed. Pharazar was standing over her. Her thrashing legs barely held him back, glancing off him or passing through his frozen outlines. She scrabbled backwards as he held up another rock with both hands. His eyes were practically aflame, they glowed so brightly. In that moment, Nilith saw why the ancestors had feared ghosts so much, before they had learned to tame them. The horror of his snarling image, even in daylight, was chilling. It would have stalled her, powerless against the blow, if Anoish hadn't barged Pharazar aside. The ghost flew one way and Anoish trotted another, standing in front of Nilith like a guard dog. She pulled herself to her feet and patted him on the chest as he stamped and trumpeted. Drawing the copper fork from her sleeves, she rushed to Pharazar, who was gathering himself together in frantic movements. His rock had rolled away. She dug the fork into his flailing foot, making him yelp. Again into his thigh as she worked her way up him. His frigid hands gripped her, angry enough to hold her but lacking the corporeal strength to do anything about stopping her. Once more the fork found his vapours, and once more he cried out. He finally fell still at the sight of the fork protruding from his chest, with Nilith's hand wrapped around it. Her sweating and grim face was just beyond. She felt the blood trickling down her neck as she held the piece of cutlery there, making his vapours glow white. Bright cracks had appeared around the fork's tines. He trembled with the pain. Before she could drag it from him, something feathered and full of screeching appeared between them. Talons clutched her hand, making her release her hold. Both she and the ghost scrambled away from the furious thing, their fight forgotten in the confusion. It was a falcon of some sort, but it refused to stay still long enough to know more. "What the Run!" it yelled at her, in a small voice but not without depth. It must have been strange-bound, but it had been years since she had seen something of the like. "Run! As fast as you bloody well can! You have bandits closing in!" She stared south, rigid with fear, but there was nothing on the horizon but a smudge of black smoke. The tavern. It had to be. It made no sense for bandits to burn a town unless they were angry about something, like giving shelter to an enemy. Nilith thought of Eva's kindness and old Fen. She bit her lip until her eyes began to water. She wondered if they had managed to run. "The ghouls! They're chasing us," she breathed. The falcon was still screeching. 16 outriders, with 23 more behind. Half a day in closing. Your choice." Nilith needed no further explanation. Snatching up the fork, she was atop Anoish in moments. She kicked her heels into his sides to spur him into a gallop. The little falcon flew alongside, still flapping furiously. "Who in the reaches are you?" she yelled over the rush of air and hooves. Sand flew at her face. "Not that way! There!" The bird swung across her, heading slightly east. "But the city is that way!" "The city is fucking all of it, woman! There is a river this way, and a barge!" Nilith shook her head. "I don't do barges!" She knew of the river, and yet she had chosen horseback for the shorter and more direct route. The river ran a wriggling path northwest until halfway through the dune plains, then curved east and far too out of the way, not to mention full of rapids and meandering curves. Besides, water was not a strong point for her. "I can outrun them!" The falcon perched uncomfortably on the horse's head, mottled wings wide. "Then you're a fucking idiot! Who are you to speak to me like... Because I want to help and you're not letting me! Who are you? Not important right now. You just ride. Follow me!" With that, the falcon soared into the wide blue and became a distant speck above. Nilith guided Anoish in his direction. Both their hearts pumped hard, both trying to outdo one another. Pharazar was half running now, half being pulled along. His hands were clutched to his fresh wounds, head bowed, but he was still running. Their goals had aligned once more, it seemed. Putting aside the madness of following a talking falcon she had just met, she pressed on. This time she kept both eyes on the bird. The distant haze coalesced into a dark band with each thunderous stride. Another ravine, perhaps, or a band of grass along a riverbank. Behind them, the column of smoke slanted at an angle, reaching further into the powdered blue, like a mighty finger pointing accusatorially at her. It didn't take long for their pursuers to appear. They were mere smudges in the wobble of heat, but they grew stronger quickly. The higher ground must have given them sight of her, and it had spurred them on. It spurred her, too, and she kicked Anoish into a frenzied gallop. It felt as though they raced between the teeth of a vice closing. With time, the dark band became clearer. It was a narrow canyon with rocky edges. It looked like a colossal and jagged smile curving into the distance. The edge of it swung out towards them like a rope trailing from a fleeing carriage. As they flew past a makeshift signpost, just a collection of pointy rocks and driftwood, she recognized the glyphs for water and boat. The falcon had steered them true. Nilith pushed Anoish harder. Even though they were still a mile away, a small hut came into view, guarding a long, sweeping ramp down to the river. The waters must have spent millennia digging down into the rock to make that canyon, but away from the sun, the river had survived the desert. She could see the blue sparkle between the dun rocks. "Yah!" Nilith caught the cry on the wind and turned to find the bandits were gaining. Their horses were taller, longer-legged stallions. Their scarab beetles were just as fast. She could hear the drumming of their hooves and feet. She blessed Anoish, but he was no stallion, though he seemed to have the heart of one. The falcon plummeted from the sky like a falling spear. It flared its wings barely a yard from the ground and looped up to fly by her side again. "There is a flat barge tied to a jetty, big enough for 20 and cargo. An old man lives in the hut, but he'll be too slow to stop you." "Won't they kill him?" The falcon clacked his beak angrily. "Or they'll kill you. Your choice." The deaths of Eber and Fen, never mind the townsfolk, were already resting on her shoulders. She would be damned if another soul had to die that day because of her mistakes. Nilith felt a fresh sweat eke out of her brow. It felt cold against the hot, rushing air. Once more she kicked at the horse. Anoish sensed her desperation. He pushed his head out and leaned into his gallop a little more. She felt his flanks shiver with exertion as she flattened herself to his back. She listened to the wind howl alongside the frantic drumming of hooves. Pharazar was far behind, but she heard his yelling all the same. A quick glance saw him kicking up as much dust as possible, all the while hollering to her how close the bandits were. The old bastard had his moments. The yellow cloud of dust he'd created blotted out the ghouls, hopefully choking or blinding them in the process. Nilith twirled her finger in a circle, telling him to keep at it. She almost flew from Anoish's back as the beast skidded to the doorstep of the hut. She had to hug his neck to keep from falling. "Old man!" she yelled between gasps. A figure was already standing in the dark of the open doorway. An old trident preceded him, glinting in the sun where it wasn't rusted. "You have to run! There are bandits coming!" The old man poked a raisin-like head out into the day, staring past her elbow at the diminishing cloud of dust and the black shapes spread across the sand. Their cries were a rising roar. "We need your barge!" "I don't want no trouble!" Before he could slam the door, Nilith had leapt to the ground and closed the distance to the doorstep. He half-heartedly thrust his trident at her, but with a sidestep and swift yank, she'd disarmed him. He stood, hands clasped, defiance etched deep into the wrinkles of his face. "They're bringing trouble whether you want it or not. Come on!" "This is my home. I ain't no coward. I've run this barge for 18... "Nothing to do with cowardice, old man. They'll kill you just to better their moods. Come with us. There's no time." Nilith had to drag him from the hut. She thanked the dead gods he had shrunk with age. It took almost no effort to place him on the horse. "Hold on!" She slapped Anoish on the arse, and with a desperate whinny he raced for the river. Nilith raced after them, feet pounding the gravel, her chin now permanently affixed to her shoulder. The ghouls were eating up distance. There must have been 100 yards left between them, and that was crumbling despite each dogged lunge. Pharazar whipped past her, a smirk twisting his lip. She hefted the trident in her hand as a warning, but he was already out of reach. This was no time for his trickery. She heard Krona's voice rise above the rumble, a crack of lightning amidst thunder. It sounded twisted, muffled, but it still found Nilith's ears. "Run 'em down, eh?" The bitch was still alive. Sweat began to pour. Nilith pushed her legs as hard as she could manage. The slope was gentle, but unkempt with rocks and discarded timbers. She almost tumbled twice, staring back at the pursuers. She managed to find her balance through fear and panic alone, her body acting without her. "Run her down!" The shout was closer now. "Get that bitch!" Krona was sat up in her saddle, squinting against the wind. An enormous bandage wrapped her face, but at its edges Nilith could see how black and warped the skin was. Ugly black veins traced her neck where the char had spread. A thick mace was held in her hand, spiked like a beach urchin. The look in her good eye told Nilith she thirsted to use it. Anoish and the bargeman were already at the water's edge. The barge was a simple, flat thing, rectangular and raised at the edges in some places like a shield. She saw the old man's hand flashing over the mooring lines. Pharazar was tackling another knot. Anoish had already found his spot at the far edge of the barge. The falcon screeched above her as it dove out of the blue. Once again, he flared his wings, this time in the face of an oncoming horse. His beak raked its head, talons grasping at its eyes. The equine scream that followed told Nilith the falcon had claimed a prize. She looked back to see a horse writhing atop its rider and the hawk turning skywards, a bloody eye clutched in his foot. "Keep running, you moron!" he keened. The tumble had bought her a handful of yards, no more. As other ghouls collided with the horse, Krona and the others careened around it and bore down on her. "Push off! Push off!" The bargeman's shouts stopped the breath in her throat. She would have to jump. That cold sweat streamed down her cheeks. As Nilith's feet pounded the wood of the small jetty, She heard hooves clatter close behind her. She readied herself for the jump, eyes fixed on the bargeman's extended hand a few yards out into the river. Her legs had become numb pistons. Her right arm was the wing of a windmill in a storm. The other gripped the trident so tightly she swore she would snap its wooden pole. "Yah!" Nilith heard the whoosh of the mace as she leapt, felt the coldness of its spikes kiss the back of her neck. There was nothing she could do but will herself to be the first mortal to fly. The bargeman leapt back as the trident's point slammed into the wood. River water cascaded as Nilith collided with the side of the barge. She immediately scrambled aboard, fingers pulling splinters from the deck. The frigid water had stolen her breath, and she gasped for air. Behind her, 3 horses and riders tumbled into the water. The beasts churned the river to a frenzy. The men's shouts were garbled as their armour and weapons dragged them down. Krona was clawing at the jetty pilings, heaving with anger, spitting river water and curses. She spared one hand to point at Nilith, bent double on the barge. Nilith thought it was a toothless threat, until she heard the twang of a bowstring and the first arrow thudded into the wood beside her foot. "Down!" she yelled, throwing herself flat. More arrows clattered to the deck as she crawled under the lip of the barge's sides. The craft was gaining speed, but not quickly enough to stop the arrows raining. Pharazar was glued to the deck beside some enormous paddle. Anoish pressed himself as low as possible, but he made too easy a target. An arrow sank into his back leg, and he started to convulse, kicking out and splintering some of the deck. Nilith gritted her teeth as she waited for the arrows to stop, her heart clenching with every bray of pain. The old man yelled in her ear, "Still him, woman, before he tips the barge!" As soon as there came a halt in the barrage, she rushed to him and lay hands on his back. It was no use. He would not stay still. He almost bucked her into the water when she tried to touch the arrow. Whispers spilling from her mouth, while the shouts and threats of the ghouls filled her ears, she held the horse by the neck and shut her eyes. It took several tense moments while the last few arrows zipped and splashed around them, but eventually he calmed enough to lie flat and catch his breath. White saliva covered his lips. "Easy, boy," she muttered into his ear. Staring over his mane, she looked at the now distant jetty, where shapes were still being pulled out of the water. Their voices echoed down the narrow canyon. Only then did she let out the breath she'd been holding and allowed herself to sag to the deck next to Anoish. She let the pounding of her heart fill her head and flushed cheeks. Her vision blurred with every beat. She wondered if there was anybody else out there undergoing the same hardship at that exact moment. Then she remembered she was in the Ark, and that the answer was obvious. Pharazar was pitching a fit. "They'll just follow us, you fucking idiots," he was saying, now up and marching around the barge. "They'll stand on the edge of the rock and shoot down at us." He kicked at a discarded arrow. "Copper tip! Why didn't you build a boat with a roof, you camel-brained twat?" The bargeman said nothing. Instead, he concentrated on the tiller and paddle, working more speed into his vessel. "Does he not speak common? Arctian, then. Pharon esam—" Nilith pushed herself upright. "Pharazar, shut it! I will have words with you, but not now. You sit down and stay quiet." The ghost ignored her, continuing his marching instead. Silently, however. Nilith went to stand by the bargeman, eyeing the rushing waters behind him warily. She lowered her voice to a whisper. "Despite his foulness, he raises a good point, sir. I would wager they have plenty more arrows. Those men will shoot down into the canyon." "Will they know?" he replied, a deep frown doubling the cracks of his sun-baked forehead. His voice was shaky with age, but his calloused hands were as steady as the river's flow.
50 years Girab's been sailing the Ashty, and every passenger I've taken on has thought they knew more about her than me.
The Ashty? Your barge?
No, the river. Means defiant in my tongue. She defies the sands. She hides down here in her canyon where nobody can touch her, see?
The man pointed ahead, where the Ashty took on a wavering curve. Where the river showed its back to the striped sandstone, it had cut a notch in the rock tall enough for a horse to stand and deep enough to hide the barge in its shadow. Nilith smiled at the old man. You know your river.
They'd have to cross to have a shot at us. Ain't no bridges for a while. This bend goes on for miles before she curves back toward the city and reaches Caltro. No bandits welcome there.
The man shook himself, as though he'd remembered something important.
In the meantime, you got some explaining to do. Why are you bringing all this trouble on me?
They robbed us in the mountains, Nilith began to explain, but he only had eyes for the river. There came a flutter and a thud from beside them, and they both looked down to find the falcon sat on the wood.
That was me, old man. I told them to take your barge.
The old man shuffled away, holding his hands in a circle.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
The bird hung his head.
I'm a strange-bound shade, not one of your old dead gods. What is it with desert folk?
The bargeman wasn't convinced and edged closer to the tiller. The falcon hopped away, beckoning with a wing.
That's a regular occurrence. Something to do with a legend about one of the dead gods taking the form of a falcon. Hush, or whatever his name was.
Horish, suggested Nilith.
That's the fellow.
The falcon led her closer to the barge's edge, but Nilith stayed a few yards back, watching the waters run past with a curled lip.
Don't like water?
Not fond of it. Petrified would be more accurate. If she wasn't exhausted, she would have been shivering. As a girl, she had almost drowned in a mountain river just like this one, chasing her father's hunting party.
Guess that's why you weren't planning on this route.
That, and it being less direct than a horse. Nilith narrowed her eyes. Who are you? Why are you helping me?
The falcon cackled a strange whispering sound. My name is Bazelle, and I only help myself. I'm not helping you.
Then I'll rephrase, you impertinent creature. Why are you here? Bazelle's black eyes were unreadable. Nothing human in them besides the intentness of their stare.
Because your own daughter, my master, has ordered me to find you.
Nilith tensed. And now that you have? She asked tentatively.
Now that I've found you, and seeing as you are clearly in need of my help, I think you can make me a better offer.
He clacked his beak as Nilith took a seat on the deck, her brow deeply furrowed.
After all, he said,
with all the confidence of a predator,
why deal with a princess when I can negotiate with an empress?
At the tiller, Girab choked.
Chapter 23. New Friends. In cases of impasse, at a hearing or claim against illegal binding of shades, the favour of the magistrate will always reside with the living. Article 21, S4 of the Code of Indenturement. With a sigh, I settled down into my alcove, feeling thin and as if I desperately needed to sweat, but couldn't. The other ghosts milled about, spending the time we had been given muttering about me, no doubt. I couldn't give a toss for their words, and instead shuffled backwards until my shoulders met the stone. 2 days had passed in which there had been no word from Horrocks. The widow had stayed ensconced within her uppermost chambers. The ghosts continued to tread the stairs at night, and I had continued to be on my best behaviour. Knowing an end is in sight will lighten any prison sentence. Weeks, she had said, I could handle weeks, if it meant freedom. Months, maybe. Years I balked at. Time is heavy in great quantities. What mattered was that I had my writ, and I had taken a step towards justice. Even if it took another step, and another, I was making progress. Con passed by to grin lopsidedly at me. No words, just a wave and a smile. The dullard was perfectly suited for indenturement. He seemed totally unaware of his plight, as if he'd been born a ghost and slave. I wouldn't be surprised if he was the sort with the audacity to sing or whistle while he worked. I did not know. Vex had separated the two of us since our late-night excursion. His alcove was now on the far side of the tower. I waited for the others to retreat into their hollows before I began to claw at the wall. A light sprinkling of dust alighted on my fingers and mixed with my vapours. With a pinch and a bit of juggling, the slip of papyrus came free. I paused, listening for signs of movement, watching the pattern of sapphire light on the floor. My secret was safe. I settled back to read it again. I'd made out several more of the glyphs, and indeed it did speak of freedom. I thumbed the 3 skeletons, watching the glow of my fingers beneath the fine papyrus. I lit each of the glyphs before I folded it away, and held it to my head, wondering how such a tiny piece of paper, and some scribbled ink, could hold so much power over me in my future. The old stories talk of a magic in words written or spoken aloud. They say that magic died long ago, but at that moment I wasn't convinced. Weeks, I whispered to myself. I could endure such a stretch until the widow was ready for me. Though my curiosity constantly tugged at me, I could play the nice house guest and fulfill my duties. At the very least, I knew I couldn't be worked to death. I didn't dare to speak it aloud, so I mouthed it to the papyrus as I stashed it back into the crevice. It seemed I was finally turning this whole eternal enslavement malarkey around. Not completely, as my fate still rested on the widow and her obscure chore, but my luck, for the first time since being dead, seemed to be improving. There came an abrupt clang from the far end of the corridor. Voices with commanding tones. A few ghosts came past. Con came wandering back, seemingly lost. He was scratching his head even though he clearly had no itch. What is it now? Supposed to go downstairs, he said. Some work to do in the stables. Beetles and horses need cleaning. Bella came past, a sour face for me. I got to my feet, slyly checking the papyrus was out of sight. One by one, 2 house guards worked their way down the corridor, plucking ghosts from their alcoves and pointing them to the stairwell. Go on, off with ya! Move, shade! When it came to me being one of the farthest alcoves, I stepped out to join the train, but received a wallop to my chest instead. The heavy copper staggered me. The guards said nothing, one following, one staying to hold me back. Not you, he muttered. You stay. None of the ghosts saw me remain, and when the guard was sure I wasn't going to move, he pushed me once more for good measure and sauntered after the others. I listened to the clunking of armour and muted thud of feet recede downstairs. Fine then, I muttered to myself. I crossed my arms and leaned like a village lout against the stone. For an hour I waited to be fetched, but nobody came. When I got bored, I settled down into a crouch and told myself that the widow had some more tests for me. By the time the last light of day faded to black, I was deep in a haze of thoughts. It was why I nearly jumped out of my smock when cold hands shoved me awake. The hollow eyes of Master Vex stared back at me, our blue noses almost touching. This is all very sudden, I said. I normally expect dinner before romance. I've been thinking, he hissed. If he'd had spittle, it would be decorating my chin. Dangerous pastime, that, Vex. Could you step back a little? He came closer, pressing me against the wall, fingers at my scarf. His vapours were stronger than mine. That's Master Vex to you, Cherub. I've been thinking that you've been having it too easy. Have I? I wouldn't have called the last few days easy whatsoever. Vex had put me and the rest of the ghosts through rigorous cleaning routines, scouring half the tower into a sheen. I didn't think it possible for a ghost to get blisters, but I swore I was coming close. Clearly the work I give you is not enough, otherwise you wouldn't be swaggering around, acting far too full of yourself. I think it's time to teach you a lesson in humility. Come on, this way. He pulled me from my alcove and pushed me down the corridor. Faint starlight and city glow spilled down from the distant windows above, but all I could think of was a stone coffin or a stake in the sun. As I turned left up the stairs, hopeful for chores upstairs, Vex moved to block my way. "You'd be so lucky. The widow has no need of you tonight. I have another job for you instead." Play the nice house ghost. "Fine, whatever you say." I trudged down the steps, wondering what in the reaches he could need from the base of the tower. To pass the time, I thought I'd see if I could bring the man round. Having a nemesis is far too tiring for me. It's why I became a locksmith, not a warlord. Doors and vaults hold no grudges once they've been broken, and don't put a knife through you while you sleep. You don't have to hate me, you know. I didn't ask to be given your job, and now I'm back in the alcoves, I'm no threat to you. On the contrary, you're a threat to this entire household. I know all about you and your criminal ways." I wondered if Horrocks had shared her knowledge, or if he had concocted his own half-accurate rumours. In any case, I really was no threat. I was no murderer, just a thief, and the only thing worth burgling in this tower was my half-coin. I'd already considered that countless times, but not knowing where it was and not having any tools was slightly prohibitive. Horrocks had kept my makeshift ones. "What do you mean?" I challenged him. "Keep walking." "I don't know what nonsense you're on about, Vex, but I'm just here to get on with indenturement. No more shenanigans, no more nonsense. Tal Horrocks has put her faith in me. I would be stupid to spoil that, wouldn't I?" The shove sent me skittering down 2 steps. "If she had faith in you, she would have kept you as her chamber shade. There you go again, thinking far too highly of yourself." I held my tongue about my promised freedom. We descended until we ran out of stairs and entered the grand atrium. Vex pushed me towards the main doors, which were oddly unguarded. "Where are we going?" "I told you," he hissed in my ear. "I have a job for you. Another errand like last time. We need supplies from the bazaar in the next district. And not we, just you." "Alone? It's past sunset." "No rest for the dead, Shade. The city of countless souls never sleeps." I shrugged him off. "No, Tal Horrocks has forbidden me to leave the tower." Vex snorted. "Has she indeed? Get it into your thick head, Jerub. You have no importance here. She doesn't care a fucking button for you." "Maybe we should go ask her then." I snapped at him. "See what she says." Vex reached to throttle me. "I've spent the last 2 days telling her what a liar and a charlatan you are. You're no thief, no locksmith, you're a washed-up failure with a cutthroat. She's seen you for who you are and changed her mind. She'll find a replacement for you like that." He snapped his fingers in my face. I bared my teeth, silently cursing him for interfering. He was ruining my progress, changing my fortunes without me. There is none better than me. "See? Yet more lies." I clenched my fists as he pushed me outside. The courtyard blazed with fires in iron cradles. Several house guards stood swapping tales and guffaws at the entrance, but they hadn't seen us. Vex thrust an empty basket into my hands and led me to a side door sandwiched between 2 pillars. It was a heavy thing of barred iron, but it had a simple key. Vex jiggled it in the sand-rusted lock and showed me the street beyond. "Go!" I shook my head, holding my basket like a shield. "No, I'm not going anywhere except back to my alcove." "You'll do what I tell you, what Tal Horrocks tells you." "No, I want to hear it from the widow herself. I refuse to believe you." A copper spike appeared in his hand and waved at me menacingly. It looked suspiciously like a kitchen implement. "Go!" It took me a moment to say it, with that spike inches from my face. "No." Vex slashed at me and I stepped into the doorway. "You want to spend another night in the sarcophagus? Horrocks has given me full permission to—" "Fine." The very mention of the stone coffin put a shiver in my vapours, which for a ghost is an extremely unpleasant feeling. Could the widow really be so fickle? I didn't believe it, or I didn't want to believe it. "What do you want?" "Salt. 20 debens, he replied. I waited, but nothing more came. Anything else? Rough papyrus, wire brush, and palm oil. What a farce, I grunted as I stepped into the street. The chill had not left me yet, and I tensed as I walked out into the long shadows of early evening and stared at the bruised sky. Better hurry, Jerub, Vex advised before shutting the gate with a barely stifled snicker. I yelled into the wood grain. It's Caltro. Vex was clearly trying to fuck with me. Get me in trouble, get me lost, or worse. I debated whether to just sit there and wait, or walk around to the guards and say I'd been locked out. I still wore the widow's macabre seal on my breast, beside the black feather. There was also the alluring opportunity of showing Vex up once more. Vindictive bastard. I cursed him as I chose to start walking. You can take all the vintage wines and golden drapes and thoroughbred stallions and put them in a flaming boat out to sea. Proving people wrong is the finest luxury in life. It's the very essence of lockpicking. Like my last excursion, I would fetch the salt, all 20 bloody debens of it. I would get the sponges and the wire brush, even the fucking palm oil. I would place the basket at his miserable feet with a smile so triumphant he would turn purple with rage, and then I would tell Horrocks exactly how much of a snake her prized Vex was. With a straight back and almost a swagger in my walk, I struck out along a bright and wide avenue that faced the sunset. It was with the same amount of swagger that I walked straight into the black sack swooping over my head. The stars vanished in a blink. Something hot and heavy clamped around my neck and waist, then my legs. I felt the world topple as I was lifted up like a tied boar. Somewhere beneath me I heard a reed basket splinter beneath booted feet. In that moment, I had the brief opportunity to wonder why my time in the Ark had so far been nothing but a progression of poor decisions, one after the other, stacked like the cards of a deck. Just as I was about to start vocally voicing my complaints, a fist or a club struck me in the head. It must have been wrapped in copper, whatever it was. I gasped as sharp fire spread down my back. There came another to make sure, and then I was left to lie limp in my kidnapper's grasp as they began to run. Fuck it, I sighed to myself beneath the sackcloth.
The end. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Chasing Graves by Ben Galle, narrated by Maura Quirk and Samuel Rukin. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold, including audible.com, audiobooks.com, Google Play, Apple iTunes, and in public libraries through RB Digital. Thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Recorded Books and RB Digital present Grim Solace by Ben Galle, narrated by Maura Quirk and Samuel Rukin. Grim Solace by Ben Galle. Tenets of the Bound Dead. They must die in turmoil. They must be bound with copper half-coin and water of the Nyx. They must be bound within 40 days. They shall be bound to whomever holds their coin. They are slaved to their master's bidding. They must bring their masters no harm. They shall not express opinions, nor own property. They shall never know freedom unless it is gifted to them. Chapter 1. Same Old Beginnings. The first shade ever to be bound was a man named Asham, stabbed through the heart by a man who, after founding the Nyxides, would later come to establish the cult of Sesh. Asham survived 400 years in service before he was rewarded his half-coin and immediately sought freedom in the void. From A Reach History by Gervin Jubb. starting the day with a street awash with blood and gore was sure to demolish any good mood. Fortunately for scrutinizer Hellas, it had been 5 years, maybe more, since her mood could remotely be classed as good. The best she hoped for these days was mildly disgruntled. "This fucking city," she muttered, poking a dismembered finger with her black boot. It looked like an uncooked sausage, one that even a street dog couldn't stomach more than half of. A retching sound distracted her, coming from a young man with a face that was swiftly turning green. Milky vomit dribbled from his lips, mixing with the pool of ichor at his feet. Some had made its way onto the lapel of his proctor's livery. "First day?" she asked the lad. "Second. If you don't stop vomiting by the 10th day, look for another job." He said, before another heave saw him flying into the mouth of a nearby alleyway. There was no mirth on Hellas's lips, just the downward slant the years had carved into them. She began to pick her way through the blood-drenched streets, counting the pools and smears where bodies and pieces had been dragged. Where the blood had dried, she spotted the hoof marks of donkeys and the sand-smeared ruts of carts. Beside a scrap of skin, complete with long blonde hair still attached, she spotted a dirtied handkerchief. Hellas reached for it, eyeing the grin of red across its soft white fibres. "Sloppy job, this," she said, hearing tentative footsteps behind her. The young man had recovered and was busy trying to scratch the stain from his black and silver threads with a threadbare handkerchief. Some vomit had made its way onto the chamber seal. He scrubbed at it furiously. "Desperate," Hellas added. "I wouldn't know, scrutinizer." Hellas examined him. He only wore one neck tattoo, given his rank. His trews were baggy, his collar askew. The greenish hue clung to his cheeks. "Now you do. Come then, Proctor." "Jim." What a peculiar name. "Come then, Proctor Jim. Impress me." Jim took a shaky breath as he forced himself to survey the grisly scene, as if the vomit might pounce again. "Murder on a mass scale. No bodies, which means soul-stealers." "Or made to look like soul-stealers." The man tapped his teeth. "But the ruts of carts." "Good." "Perhaps it went wrong. An alarm was raised, and they had to be quick, hence the sloppiness." His eyes were fixed on the piece of skin and hair, and would not be torn away. "How many taken?" 7? 9. Look at the smears on the walls. The gutters have taken their blood. Who are the victims?" "City folk, I'd assume." "Then you'd assume wrongly." She held up the kerchief. "Scatter Isles cotton." "Scatterfolk traders, then?" "Or?" Jim sighed. Hellas looked to the sapphire sky while she waited. Orange tendrils of sand streaked the air where a sandstorm had blown in from the south. The factory smokestacks leaned under its duress. The wind was rising slowly, making ripples in the glassy pools of blood, still only half dry. "All refugees from the wars out in the Isles." "Refugees is right. Threads poorly woven, fraying. A trader is more concerned of his or her appearance, and..." Hellas gestured to the lost finger. "Calluses. Hard labour. Hardest work a trader does is count silvers, and that isn't enough for calluses." "I suppose," mumbled the proctor. Hellas stood over him, using her height to intimidate him. "Who recruited you?" "Volunteer, ma'am." "Unusual. Why?" "My brother and sister were taken just like this, in Far District." "Outsprawler, then?" "Yes, ma'am." "I see." Hellas swept to the other side of the street, striding carelessly through blood patches and stains. Several onlookers had gathered in the mouth of an alleyway to look at the mess and tut disapprovingly. "You gawkers see or hear anything this morning? Or last night?" she challenged them. One balding man took offence. "Who you calling gawkers?"
That's all you lot do. Gawk and rub your chins. Nothing ever comes of it. His equally balding wife chimed in. Always getting here after it happens, you scrooters. Hellis shooed them away, not caring for their presence any more. In a city drenched in crime, tongues still refused to wag. It was as infuriating now as it had been when she first pledged herself to the code 12 years ago. She was about to turn back to the scene when she caught another flash of red in the alley. Not gore this time, but cloth. A glowing face smiled politely. Hellis approached cautiously. It was at least a year since she had seen the crimson garb of a cultist. You're taking a risk. I'd wager we're a street away from the core districts.
Then I assume there is no issue me standing here, one street away.
Fine.
Quite the mess, the shade sighed.
And what would you know about it?
No more than you.
Hellis bared her teeth, like a desert wolf would smile. Don't your kind excel at gathering information? If so, it's about time you shared some of it with the Chamber of the Code. Maybe the cult could do some good for once instead of lurking in dark alleyways being unnecessarily mysterious. The sister took a moment to adjust her hood. Hellis could see the shade's eyes examining the tattoos on her hands and bare neck, the dark swells of her office.
You are simply jealous we don't admit your kind, and we prefer church these days.
I'm happy having a beating heart instead, thank you. Maybe that's what you lot are in dire need of. Now, if your church isn't going to be of any help, you should move along, sister.
Enlightened sister, scrutinizer Hellis. Enlightened sister Lyria.
The shade smiled as she walked away.
We'll see each other again soon.
Hellis thumbed her nostrils and scowled, wondering, not for the first time, why the royals hadn't completely eradicated the cult of Sesh. Only once the shade had disappeared did it dawn on Hellis that she hadn't told the sister her name. "Scrutinizer Hellis!" came a shout. A man was waving to her from the other side of the street, where thicker crowds had gathered to gawk, like pigeons around a muddied loaf. Murder was nothing new for a denizen of the city of countless souls, but it was a distraction nonetheless. People could always be relied on to stare at tragedy. It made them feel better about themselves, to still be a breathing bag of skin rather than a pool of blood on a dusty flagstone. "Well, Jim," Hellis said, turning back to the proctor. "Shame to hear of your family, but everybody's got their own dead. Bought, butchered, or lost to age. We've all got them. You're not special, Jim, and the quicker you learn that, the easier it'll be for you here." Hellis swept away from him, buttoning her black robes about her. She was halfway to the waving man when Jim called after her. "Who did you lose?" Hellis didn't break her stride. "Everybody!" The waving man wore the blue sash and dotted face tattoos of a clerk, a lower rank than her, and he bowed to prove it. "Chamberlain Rebenay has summoned you. Can't he see I'm busy?" The clerk flapped his mouth as he followed Hellis's gesturing hand to the wash of blood. "How could he? He would like to see you immediately." Hellis sighed. "Where? In his offices at the chamber, naturally. Where else? It would do you dusty fuckers some good to get out onto the streets once in a while. Remember what it is you work for." The man's cheeks twitched as he cycled through a range of expressions, each more unsure than the last. "So, is that a yes?" "He's my superior, is he not?" "Yes, Scrutinizer." "Then lead the way, man. Stop wasting my time." "Yes, Scrutinizer." Through the strangled streets they strode, Scrutinizer in front, Clark struggling to keep up with her long legs and sweeping gait. Hellis remembered when the crowds parted for her black chamber robes. Now only her height and practised scowl moved them aside, and her elbows, for good measure. The Chamber of the Code was a huge building. Not in height, like the Cloud Piercer,
but in width and bulk. A giant pyramid capped with gold stood at its core, with 12 wings peeling off from its square base like the teeth of a cog. Each of those must have stretched 10 floors into the sky, studded with windows and arrow slits. History had it the chamber was once the emperor's fortress, until the nobles turned to height to prove their worth and status. Now it was a warren of overlapping corridors and dead ends, of honeycomb rooms and cavern halls full of files and men sneezing at dust. Hellas circled the building until she reached the main entrance. She lost the clerk in the endless queues, full of people clutching scrolls and shades trying to shield themselves from the sand kicked up by the growing breeze. He no doubt scurried back to his desk, already scorched by his brief outing in the Arctian sun. Every day, the unfortunates, the slighted and the outraged came to bleat their claims and file their complaints. Every day they formed their cacophonous winding lines, shuffling forwards maybe a dozen yards, maybe 2 dozen, before sunset shut the chamber doors. The next day, they came back to queue again, and so on. A few faces she spied had been coming for almost a year now. Such was the backlog of the mighty Chamber of the Code, sole authority on matters of indenturement. Inside the wide arched doors, the vacuous atrium was marble cool and full of clamouring voices. Hellas wormed through the lines, full of figures in foreign-cut clothes and a spectrum of skin tones, from milky pale to the darkest charcoal. A few desert nomads stood in a group, taller than the crowds, even though their backs were as curved as longbows. They looked miserable despite their vibrant cloth wrappings. The nomads chatted away in an unknown dialect, but all Hellas paid attention to were the stubs of shorthorns poking from their foreheads, and their goatish eyes, the pupils of which looked like slots meant for coins. At the centre of the atrium was an immense core of marble and steel. Sweeping stairs led up into the chamber's countless rooms. A seawall of desks parted the crowded marble expanse, dividing the offended from the black-clad officials. Hellas caught their broken sentences. "But I've been waiting for 6 months! The code clearly states a 3-year wait. Is there nothing you can do? They stole me, curse it! Stole me! Permits for the white feather is the other line, I'm afraid. My children!" Hellas was deaf to it all. She strode past the desks, met the challenges of the guards, and passed into the innards of the grand building. 3 flights of stairs took her to a vaulted hall where towering stacks of papyrus rose from every desk. One of several halls within the chamber, here sat the great pile-up of the city's code-related crimes. Unfortunately for the chamber, that was pretty much the city's only brand of crime. Every claim, every complaint, every accusation and petition, all of it entered through these halls and waited years to escape. To Hellas, it looked as if they were recreating the skyline of Araxes in papyrus. A good number of the stacks rose to scratch the marble roof. Here and there, wooden stairs and scaffolding encircled the bigger towers. Clerks and proctors waded through the paper canyons or wobbled up high, plucking through scrolls piled on lofty, buckled shelves. Others ran wheelbarrows piled high with files through the maze of desks. Their job, like hers, seemed never-ending, and therefore without satisfaction. At the foot of one tower she passed, a crew of clerks was busy shoring up a desk with bricks. It wasn't unheard of for a desk to crumble under the weight of countless documents and come crashing down. If there was anything that introduced more clerical work and time to the chamber's backlog, it was a tower of 1,000 files exploding, not to mention those who had been unfortunate enough to be splattered under their weight. It took Hellas 17 flights of stairs, a rickety lift, and innumerable corridors to reach the offices of the Chamberlain. good silver had been spent on tall doors, drapes, and gold leaf, when it could have been spent on scrutinizers, proctors, or perhaps diminishing the soaring piles of claims in the halls below. Hellis glowered at the patterned marble as she dug into it with her boot heels. The ring of guards around Rebene's desk parted to admit her, and she stamped her foot as she halted. Chamberlain Rebene looked up from his papyrus, looking almost surprised. The man was perpetually sweating, even in the cool of the chamber. His black hair, normally slicked to the side to cover his balding patches, fell in greased curls. "Scrutinizer Hellis reporting as ordered." Rebene placed his writing reed in its inkwell.
"I didn't expect you so soon, Scrutinizer."
"The clerk did say immediately, sir."
"Forgive me, I'm not used to such punctuality."
"This city seems to have forgotten the word, sir, but I have not." Rebene leaned back in his grand chair of mahogany and silver palm frond.
"And that is precisely why I summoned you. We have an issue, as I'm sure you're aware."
"We have many issues, Chamberlain. To which do you refer?"
"The disappearance and possible soul-stealing of several nobles, a handful of medium-level tools and towels."
Hellis had no love for noble blood. She couldn't respect those who idly watched the poor and the dead from their lofty windows while drinking from golden goblets. "Allow me to guess. The Cloud Court have clicked their fingers now it's their kind getting murdered. Funny that. They don't normally spare a drop of piss when it's commoners or tourists." There fell an awkward silence. One of the guards cleared his throat.
"Careful, Hellis. I've demoted others for kinder words, but I'll give you leeway considering the recent death of your colleague, Scrutinizer Damses."
Hellis bit off the end of his sentence. "Murder. The recent murder of Scrutinizer Damses. Nobody has a knife shoved through their teeth and down their throat by accident."
"Fine. Murder," Rebene sighed. "In any case, he was a good man."
"He was a terrible man, a drinker, a cheat, and as faithful to his wife as a vulture is to a corpse. But he was a fine scrutinizer. He believed in the salvation of this city, and that's hard to find these days."
"As do you, I hear."
"Passionately, sir."
"Well, these recent developments may give you a chance to bring such a fable into existence."
Hellis cocked her head, bringing her eyes down from the back wall to his.
"In fact, it's Her Highness, the Empress-in-Waiting, who's asked me to solve this matter, to put a stop to these disappearances, or murders, find out who's behind them and hunt them down. Bring them to justice any way we can. Subterfuge, bribes, torture, the lot. Paperwork be damned. I've decided I want you leading this matter."
"Why?" Rebene templed his fingers.
"Because, Hellis, despite what the rest say about you, nobody has cleared as many claims nor sent as many stealers to the boiling pots as you have in the last 10 years.
12. And do you expect me to do this on my own?"
"Hardly. I have other scrutinizers across the city tackling this as well as you. The Princess and the Emperor have provided silver." He took a moment to wet his lips. "And shades for districts outside the core."
Hellis almost laughed. "Shades? Working for the chamber?"
"I don't like it either, but these are dire times."
"You're right about that. I bet Gore and the other magistrates jumped at the chance to spend more time on his bloated arses." Rebene flushed.
"Mind your tongue, Scrutinizer."
The cracking of his voice withered him, and he pressed his sweaty palms together prayer-like.
"Do we have an agreement, then? I can leave this important matter in your hands?"
Hellis put her fists to his desk and leaned over the sea of papyrus that adorned it. "I want independence, autonomy, I think they call it, and first say over resources. No scrutinizer has ever. Autonomy, or you can pass this job on to Scrutinizer Faff and the others and watch the tools and towels disappear one by one. Don't call me the best and then treat me like the rest.
This is serious, Hellas.
Deadly serious, sir. Rebene threw up his hands.
Fine, you have it.
An ordinary person might have grinned, or at least smiled, but Hellas curled her lip. With a squeak of boot leather on mosaicked marble, she left the chamberlain to his scribbling and headed for the bowels of the great chamber building, to the torture holes with their white plaster wall corridors filled with screams. They were a good place to glean some rumours from the underbelly of Araxes. Plus, there was nothing like seeing a criminal suffer to make her feel marginally better about the world.
Chapter 2. A Fresh Hell. When examining the rise and fall of empires, one forgets the forces of fashion. I do not mean threads and silks, but the power of obsession. Indenturement was a fashion once, and it dissolved religion. Then came phantoms, ripping souls from animals. That led to dead binding and strange binding. Despite those fashions being banned, each further dehumanized the soul and solidified the Ark's obsession with death. Now look at it. The so-called greatest empire ever known. More dead than alive. More wishing for breath than taking it. I fear their greed will one day overtake my borders. Writings of Conan Fellust, philosopher and current ruler of Crass. The wardrobe was fancy. Gilded, carved, and solidly made. There was barely a joint to be seen in its construction, and only one thin sliver of a seam between its doors to peek through. Not that I could see much through the rough sacking that covered my head. Just a featureless line of a grey unlit room. There was just my glow, blue wood, and irons spotted with black rust. Nothing to tell me of my exact whereabouts. Nowhere good, I know that. The sacking over my head had convinced me of that rather quickly. Somewhere I shouldn't be. That, too, was obvious. A tower or mansion. I'd heard the squeak of feet on marble, felt the ascent up stairs, many stairs. But whose? I was sure I would find out. Hopefully sooner rather than later. The manner in which I had been seized and attacked pointed to a theft. A ghost napping, we called it in Crass. It was like stealing cattle or sheep, but it came with a higher penalty. It was much the same in the Ark, I was sure. In any case, I fumed. I had been robbed twice, physically and personally. To land myself an opportunity for freedom, only to have Vex interfere, was infuriating. That eyeless bastard of a ghost would get his, I swore it. Either I or Horrocks would see to that. I had a sneaky suspicion it was the latter, and felt no disappointment in that. Justice at the hands of others can still be justice well served. All I could focus on now was not thinking of how much the wardrobe felt like the sarcophagus. Whenever I reminded myself, I was thrown into a cyclical argument of not thinking about it, and therefore thinking it, over and over. Mercifully, at last I heard a scrape of a key in a lock. I tensed and wondered briefly whether I should come out swinging. Before I made my decision, just as I was leaning away from violence, the door was wrenched open and a bright light stunned me. Lamplight filled the room, making the stone and furnishings glow yellow and an inordinate amount of metal sparkle. At first, I thought I'd been stashed in an armory. I eyed the room between blinks and found it somewhat lacking compared to Horrocks' tower. This place was still opulent, but the widow had been classier. It was no armory. It was a sitting room disguised as some sort of tasteless gallery. Glass and stone and metal mixed freely. Curves clashed with corners. Naked sculptures had been draped with furs and dressed in silks. Ancient things poked from the walls, between gaudy, nomad tapestries. Rugs of all colours and threads battled for domination of the floor. Decorative weapons jutted from hooks in the low ceiling. I counted a crass halberd, a bow of oryx horn, and a black sword on the mantel of a fireplace. In the corner, a full suit of armour had been encrusted with gems. The man was clearly a collector of some kind. As a thief, I would have cheered. This was the sort of house that deserved to be burgled, even just to jilt its owner for his poor taste. As a fellow appreciator of fine things, I was disturbed. 4 shapes stood against the light. One was wearing a vast coat, the others wore white tunics, dark gloves, and skullcaps of bronze. They held clubs that shone with copper. I was immediately grateful I hadn't chosen the fighting option. The one in the coat spoke. A dark smudge of moustache lurked beneath his nose, as if he'd wiped his lip after playing with charcoal. Though the rest of him was balloon-shaped, his pasty northern face was as narrow as an axe head. I remembered noticing a man of similar description not so long ago, amongst the crowd of a soul market. "Will my men need to instill some manners in you? Or are you able to talk like the man you once were?" I got to my feet, looking at the bronze-capped men standing around me, their arm muscles bunched, straining against their sleeves. They were clearly eager to use their clubs. "I'm perfectly able to be civil," I replied. With a hand heavy with golden rings, the man gestured to a nearby chair. "Then, if you please." I was pushed into it before I could shake a leg. It was a great armchair, the kind that swallowed a person in an embrace that was far too comfortable for its own good. The kind that were perfect for pointing towards fireplaces and counting time in the crackling of flames. I found no comfort in this one, just more uncertainty. The man stayed standing between me and the guards, who looked somewhat disappointed. This was the first time I'd been ghost-napped, but not the first time a sack had been forced over my head. It was how many dealers in my trade liked to say hello. If word was put out that somebody wanted to talk to somebody, that word had a habit of growing legs and scampering around where it didn't belong. That's why it was normal to forgo the invite and use some strong men and a sack instead. The result was the same, just with less talk scampering around town. "What's your name?" inquired the man. "Jerub. Your real name?" "That is my name." "I thought you were able to talk as a man. I order you to tell me your name." "I'm still bound to Widow Horrocks. You can't order me to do anything." "Very well, Shade." He nodded to a houseguard, who promptly came to batter me across the head. I took 4 blows before the bastard clicked his fingers. "Enough!" The copper stung me, sizzling down my back. I twitched involuntarily. Normally, a summoning by sack ended in a shake of hands, a lucrative offer of shares in some shady deed, and took barely any time at all. With this mustachioed prick, I got the feeling I would be sitting there some time, and eventually end up doing something for the terrible price of yet more strife. He sat down across from me, keeping a glass table between us. The table looked to have real tiger's legs at each corner. Their claws had been painted a bright red. I had a half mind to smash it. "What do you want?" I asked him. "Your real name." "And I told you. Jerub." He tutted. "Do the Tors of this city make a habit of going about thieving other people's property?" I challenged him. The guard raised his club. I put up my hands, ready to dampen another beating, but the man had other ideas. "It's kind of a sport in this city, Jerub. Haven't you heard? It's how we stay sane in this strange world the Arctians built. We do it quietly, cleverly, usually taking our time. Unfortunately, in this case, certain elements have forced my hand." With a thumb, I prodded the widow's seal on the chest of my smock. "Tal Horrocks won't be pleased. She'll come for me. She'll realize it's you, whoever you are." It was a clumsily cast line, and he didn't bite. The moustache shivered as he chuckled. "A lowly shade like you? Why's that?" "I'm not lowly. I'm rather important to the Tal." "Then I take it she has discovered your past, shall we say?" That stalled me. Clearly this man also knew of my past, otherwise I'd have been swiftly reminded of my place in society. Ghosts didn't have a past, unless it was either useful or worth coin. I played nonchalant. "I don't know what you mean." If you must have it, my name is Tor Simeon Busk. I collect rich and expensive items, and have made my fortune doing so. I have a knack for seeing the value hidden under smears of dust and decay. An eye for detail, they call it. Looking at your rounder jaw, I know a foreigner to the Ark when I see one. Craftsman, I'd guess. Perhaps. I'm a skullman myself. Arrived in this city aged 13. Since then I've worked myself up to tordom, and made a space for myself amongst the nobles. A lowly one at that, I silently wagered. A man doesn't manage that without learning to accept the true business of ascension. One must sometimes consort with less savoury characters to accomplish it. I've known many in my years. I'm sure. Busk grinned, showing golden caps at the back of his mouth. The unscrupulous come in many forms, as you know. Tors, tals, generals, all the way to fences, thugs, even locksmiths. Here we have it. Perhaps it wasn't just Widow Horrocks who needed to recite a soliloquy before circling to a point. Maybe it was how Arctian nobles did their business. Crass lords, on the other hand, like to spit the truth at you like an apple seed, and I preferred it. As he spoke, Busk dug into his coat pocket and withdrew something narrow and long like a reed. I heard the clink of metal as he laid it on the glass table. Leaning closer, there was something familiar about it. A second piece came down, thin and flat like the other, but with a hooked end. This piece I knew well. I had battered that hook into it with my own hands. And a hammer, of course. I was no wizard. Another and another came until there were 6. I raised my impassive gaze to his, giving nothing away. His eyes were avid with expectation. I held back a sigh as I plotted where this conversation would lead. Go on. I knew of one locksmith in particular. Bright young fellow once, up and coming. Knew his way around all sorts of doors and vaults. Fell off the map until only recently. Bad reputation or something, had a peculiar name, even for a craftsman. And what might that be, I wonder? Something with a C and a B, if I remember rightly. Busk held up one piece of metal and tapped it with his finger. How interesting. This time, Busk didn't spare me the club. It struck me across the shoulders, knocking me half out of the chair. The pain clawed at my skull. The Tor leaned down to stare into my face. Was it Caltro Basalt? I was already nodding before I could stop it. Was it Boran Temza who bound and sold you? My eyes rolled. I thought it strange how Temza sold a craftsman only to summon me to inspect the tools of a renowned craftsman locksmith barely a week after. Busk chuckled. I was at the soul market that day. I would have paid double had I known who you were. Had they given your old name. You're different from your description, Caltro. They didn't paint you as a large man. Somewhat recovered, I let the chair swallow me. It's a recent addition. As is the scarf, I imagine. A hand moved to my neck and hovered there. Busk leaned closer. So you admit it? You are indeed Caltro Basalt, second best locksmith in all the reaches. I scowled. There was no point pretending any more. The man knew his locksmiths. Well, almost. The best, or so I've been told. The Tor clapped his hands before performing a victory lap of the gaudy room. He grinned to his guards. I knew it! Now that you do, what do you want with me? Straight to the point, crass through and through. You have stolen me from Horrocks against my will, imprisoned me in a wardrobe and now beaten me. I think it's fair to assume this is all for your own personal gain. So seeing as you intend to fuck me over, I'd rather skip the foreplay if it's all the same to you. Torbusk stared at me as if I was a sandfly in his wine. Very well. He gestured to the slivers of metal. Your tools. You clearly came here to use them before you ended up on the wrong side of the knife. I want you to put them to good use. With his foot, he pushed the tiger-footed table towards me until it trapped my knees. My fingers went to work instinctively. In truth, I'd missed the familiar feel of my tools. their weight, the cold of the metal. With smart clicks, the slivers came together, forming a long pick and a hooked file. I undid them, and within moments I had them arranged in the shape of the pincers. With these weapons, I could open half the doors in the reaches. The rest of them would be opened by my mind, but I wasn't about to tell Busk that. What a resourceful and effective way of disguising your trade. Just like any assassin wouldn't strut about covered in blades. Where are the rest of them? There should be several more pieces. With another party, currently. I have replacements if needed. What is it then? I asked. And don't try to test me first. I hate that. Fear not. Your reputation precedes you. I have a chest that refuses to open. I tilted my head. Lost the key, have you? Busk sneered. Something like that. I think there's a better chance of it opening for you. Undoubtedly. Do we have an understanding, Mr. Basalt? The Tor had the cheek to pretend this was a job I had a choice in accepting. I decided to challenge that. Play along. Show me the chest first and we'll see. With a nod from Busk, I was hauled from the chair and out of the room. The guard's gloves sizzled against my skin, turning my glow white. I couldn't help but wriggle. Busk trailed behind, tutting at my struggles and examining my tools as he walked. I heard the clicks as he tried to figure them out, but only I knew the combinations of how they fit together. I was right about one thing. The Tor wasn't nearly as high-ranking as Horrocks. The narrow corridors, the low ceilings, the coil of stairs, half as tall as I was used to. They all presented their evidence. The gaudiness also continued in the form of metallic drapes and more animal furniture hybrids. Once I had been dragged down to the lowest floor, a door was kicked open into some sort of storeroom. Crates, barrels, and cloth-bound objects hugged the walls. Tables stood guard here and there, strewn with assorted trinkets. It was a scene I knew well from visiting more than my fair share of fences' dens. Seeing it here was as if all the gold and pomp had been ripped away from Busk, showing the scrawny dock rat that hid beneath. Here we have it. The Tor whisked a dust sheet from something large and square, and I found myself staring at my opponent. The thing was a fortress, not a chest. Skull-made, by the looks of it. An ugly mess of black iron and traces of silver. Spikes adorned its edges. 6 locks, ringed with mossy malachite, stared out from the side that faced me. 2 great straps bound the tented lid shut, each with a bolt and another lock. If I wasn't mistaken, this was the work of Phexie Drood. She was one of the finest and most cunning doorsmiths Skoll had ever produced. Even after 100 years, her locks were still puzzlingly delinquent entrepreneurs like myself. I made to suck my lip, but my vapors escaped me. Must have been heavy to steal. Left to me by my grandfather, actually. A man of great secrecy and wealth. This is his challenge to me from beyond the afterlife. I'm surprised you didn't bind him. Busk looked insulted. Though I own my fair share of shades, I'm no soul trader, Basalt. I'm an esteemed collector, and I finished that thought for him. Fence. A club came at my ribs, making me stagger. Busk pushed me towards the chest. He had gathered up my tools, and now he held them in his gloved hands. It's a Druid design. I assume you know who and what that is. I've waited decades to find a locksmith who could tackle it. Here his face cracked into a grin. And now I have you. With a curled lip, I took the tools from him along with some spares. Aside from the threat of violence and intense boredom, why should I help you? You're not my master. Well, it depends how much of those you can take. I decided to measure him against what Horrocks had offered, partly in cheek, partly in hope. I want my freedom. Busk laughed heartily. And why ever would I give you that? I have the best locksmith in the Reaches in my possession. Besides, I don't have your half-coin, do I? Let's hope Horrocks is a charitable whore and doesn't have your coin melted too quickly. Now, if you're saying you want to taste the club some more before you begin, we can continue. I muttered curses under my breath as I settled down before the beast of a chest and began to poke and prod at the insides of its locks. My eyes were closed. All my concentration poured down my arms, and into the metal in my hands. I was grateful I'd chosen steel instead of copper for my tools. The stand-ins Busk had gifted me were crude, but they would do. Floating cylinder locks to stop me finding the notches. 2 deep locks, reaching far into the chest lid to test my picks. Cast steel bar bolts that would need a forge to cut through, and a clever drop-pin cylinder needing a tube key to crack it. Nice try, Fexy Druid. It's not going to be a quick job, I told him. Busk folded his arms and leaned on a nearby crate. Well, why don't you pretend it's one of your usual jobs and imagine you've got until dawn to crack it? Surely if the man had waited a few decades, he could wait another day. Druid was a tricksy locksmith, fond of traps that sealed chests and vaults permanently. I needed to go about this cleverly. No doubt these locks had an order to them, and penalties for deviating. I'd tackled several druids before, and each of them had kicked my ample arse throughout my efforts to break them. I had one, of course. I almost always do in the end. I've only walked away from one vault, and that was because of its deadlock. I had no desire to spend eternity trapped in a door. Some rewards in life are not worth the risk to claim them. Fortunately for me, deadlocks were rarer than rare, and far beyond Fexy fucking Druid. This is not your average chest, Busk. You know that. If you want it open, I need to take my time. Otherwise you'll be staring at a hunk of metal for the rest of your life, I told him. Tor Busk shook his head, and I heard the scuff of boots coming closer, accompanied by the impatient thwack of clubs against palms. Sunrise, he said, and I shrugged. You're the boss. In scores of taverns and inns across the reaches, I'd heard warriors both young and old yapping over their beers, telling stories of bloodlust and battle rage. The moment when a fighter was consumed by a singular task, blocking out all else. Fear, exhaustion, even pain can vanish, or so I'd been told. I tended to believe it. There are many kinds of battle, and though mine was with tumblers and cogs and clever machines, I knew my own bloodlust. Despite my dulled senses, it had survived the grave with me. The scuffing of the guards, the impatient humming of Busk, a repetitive dripping in a distant corner, they all fell away to a low murmur. Anything outside my direct line of sight blurred and faded. My tools felt like swords in my hand as I lifted them. All I knew was the chest. The duel began. I bent closer to the first lock, tapping the metal for signs of mechanisms behind it. My pick explored the first few cylinders, twisting them around to find their pinholes and notches. I had the measure of it within an hour, and by extension, the measure of half the others. I moved from one to the next, tracing their clicks and whirs to find the order they ran in. Several played bastard, making me work hard to break them, like meeting an equal on the battlefield. In life, I would have been streaming with sweat. I always was a sweater. It wasn't nerves, but more accurately the thrill of treading that thin line between success and failure. The narrower the line, the greater the thrill. When the 5th lock was done, I moved on to the 6th. It needed a tube-like key with holes cut for the tumblers to fall through when the key was turned. I'd faced only 3 of these locks before, and they'd taken a night to crack. Breaking from my trance for a moment told me half the guards were nodding off, slumped against barrels and crates. Even Busk watched on with one eye closed, the very definition of half-sleep. It must have been early morning already. Almost sunrise. The trick with a drop-pin cylinder was to coax the tumblers out as you turned, testing each one while holding back the others. The rest was repetition until you saw a pattern. Druid must have been having an off day building this chest, getting predictable in her old age. It took an hour, no more, to smite the lock. It was with a beaming smile that I went on to the final tests. How much longer, Shade? Busk grunted, lurching as if he'd shaken himself awake. We agreed sunrise, didn't we? Busk looked to a nearby hourglass a guard had fetched. He pulled a face. Humph. The deep locks put up a brief fight, one last vain tactic by withdrawing troops. I cracked my file apart and snapped it into a longer position. The same with my pincers, bending the metal out to serve my purposes. Into the keyholes they went, grazing the ridges of the tumblers. By the time I began to hear the thumps of a household waking up, I had just about broken the final lock. The last tumbler was being stubborn. I had to reset the cylinder several times before I managed to jimmy it into position. There came an almighty thud as the steel bolts sprang back. The malachite keyholes turned with all the magic of clockwork. With a resounding mechanical clunking, the lid inched open. The noise wrenched Busk from his dozing. He came staggering over to the chest, blinking like a pig on its way to the chopping block. "Out of the way!" he snapped. A few guards did my work for me and threw me back a few paces. I buried my tools in the sleeves of my smock, crossed my arms, and watched. Keys came first, a whole ring of them, all differently toothed. Busk tucked them into his belt before the thing could lock itself again. I wasn't needed anymore. Next came scrolls, cloth bags, with something rattling inside, and pieces of what looked like a shattered sundial, all solid gold. The more Busk plucked from the chest and the longer he rooted around, the more he smiled. I would have been doing the same. It was a fine haul for any thief, although I highly doubted his grandfather had ever so much as farted near the chest. In any case, the Tor had just become considerably richer. "Fine work, Mr. Basalt. The rumours about you are quite true," he congratulated me. I lifted my shoulders. And what now? "Now, Caltro, you'll be going back to that wardrobe until I find something else for you to break into. I could use a half-life like yourself in my trade. Action locksmiths don't seem to have your level of—" The word escaped him, but not me. "Powerlessness? Don't flatter me. You mean to say I'm at your disposal, Busk? Let's not fool around." A club came down on the back of my neck, forcing me to the dust. Another clouted me in the ribs half a dozen times. The copper still hurt through my smock. I endured the beating until they'd had their fun, or Busk put his hands up, I couldn't tell. He stooped down to collect the tools that had fallen from my sleeve, and smiled simperingly. "Take him away." That was the sum of my labour. Once again, somebody else got to grasp the prize, not I. It was getting pathetic. I felt not short of pathetic myself as my spectral feet bobbed on the stairs and copper thread gloves sizzled in my armpits. It was then that I absently wished for a spear of that metal through my heart. The thought stunned me cold. I'd never wished such a thing in 34 years of living. And yet a second death abruptly seemed like a good idea. I pushed that notion away from me like a plagued beggar. The cavern of screaming voices scared me more than my current state. Far, far more. Even this fresh hell of mine was preferable. Into the wardrobe they threw me. Not bound, but on the wrong side of any locks. By the sounds of it, the thing had 4 very solid bolts. I found myself once again in the blue wash of my own glow, staring at a wooden door. That was why indenturement irked me so. I'd never liked being at the mercy of others' whims. At least this time, I didn't have a sack over my head. I sighed. There was fuck all else to do except listen to the receding boots and the following slam of a door. Silence reigned, apart from the ticking of some strange timepiece I'd seen in the room earlier. It meted out my confinement with its cocky little ticks and taps. I promised to take it apart the quick way whenever I had a moment. Busk could punish me with his clubs all he wanted. I was just about to begin a thorough session of stewing over my problems and losses when I thought I heard a voice in the room. I stiffened as much as a vaporous form could and put my face to the thin gap between the doors. The wardrobe might have been well made and reinforced, but clothes and old things need to breathe. The guards hadn't thought to snuff out the oil lamps. I scanned the room in slivers like an invader peering through an arrow slit. The tasteless room was empty, but I found myself once again distracted by the horrid things Busk had collected for himself. I would have burned all of it just so I wouldn't have to look at it a moment further. "Hello?" That time I heard it distinctly. A man's voice, not beyond the door but inside the room. My palms pressed to the wood. I looked again. Unless the speaker was directly next to the wardrobe, which my ears told me he wasn't, or in the corners behind me, I couldn't see him. "Hello?" I called. The voice became high-pitched with excitement. "Yes! Thank Frit!" Now there was a deity I'd never heard of. I groaned, forehead against the iron seam. The voice must have been another one of these so-called dead gods, here to chastise me some more. Why do they always come to me in moments of punishment? Where were they when I was being slaughtered? What is it this time? I wondered what sort of dead thing they'd chosen for me now. Maybe one of the furry heads adorning the wall, an antelope or an ibis. I tried to find these fanatics of yours, but as you can see, other people had different ideas. Unless you can get me out of here, leave me alone, I told the god. There was a long pause. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. Then who are you? A polite cough. I'm a fellow captive, same as you. I pulled a face in the darkness. Where? I didn't see anyone else in the room. Are you in a wardrobe like me? Are you able to get me out? Not quite. We'd traded but a few sentences, and I'd already decided I didn't like this person. Well? I am, as they say, gripped by the grips of iron unseen. You're shackled, then. Some nervous laughter now. No, sir. That is to say, I am indisposed to help you. It was I who rather fancied the helping. I pressed my eye to the seam again. Well, I'm locked up, I mumbled, staring to the fireplace, where it seemed the voice was coming from. Unless the man was sitting in the chair facing away from me, the voice was either that of an apparition or in my own head. There was a dull thud as I fell back against the wood. That was it. I'd finally cracked. My inner turmoil had developed a voice and a character. Perhaps we could talk. Tell tales, trade stories. I was trying to converse with myself. Poetry, even. I actually write some of it myself, you know. Well, less of the writing, more of the thinking up. That's when I pushed myself forward again. I despised poetry in all its forms, primarily because I didn't understand it. My unconscious, no matter how depraved and strange the depths of it may be, could never dream up something poetic. I couldn't pen a sonnet if you dangled me over a well full of crocodiles. Where are you? I challenged the voice. Tell me. An edge swung oft in battle, but also drawn in angst. It's drawn, and tell me where you are. I'm the sword, all right? The sword on the mantelpiece. I swung left, looking up to the ghastly painted mirror and the terracotta vases with moulded, grinning faces. Between them was a display rack, tilted to show its prize. It was a long sword with an obsidian blade mottled and veined with copper. It was silver in the hilt and forged in the shape of a tree, with a crossguard made of intertwining branches and its trunk the grip. Its roots clutched a black stone pommel, carved like the face of a man. The sword? Yes, the sword. I groaned. The clubs must have hit me harder than I thought. Are you sure you're not an ancient god? Well, I once played a few for the Theatre Guild of Gura, and in the Black Scarab. My performance was reported to be He heard my growling. But no, alas I am not, just a humble deadbound. A what? Oh, you don't know? The voice was eager, grateful for the chance to tell its story. My pause told him, no, I hadn't. Dead binding. It was a craze several... What year is it? 1004 by Empire count. In that case, it was a craze several hundred years ago when the Nixites decided to experiment with the spell of binding in order to make trinkets for Arctian nobles. You might have heard of strange binding, of souls bound in the bodies of animals. They were the lucky ones. We weren't allowed to live as shades or beasts, and instead we were bound to objects, lifeless things, hence the name deadbound. You know, talking hourglasses, sentient doors, self-playing harps, that sort of thing. But no, I got put into a sword. A soul blade, they called it. Never brandished more than a stage weapon in my life. Now I know more about a blade than anybody else. Ha! Ha ha! I'd heard of talking trinkets before, even stolen a few. Never once had I imagined they had been souls. I had assumed charms or some old magic. Once more the back of my head struck the panel. So, indenturement could be worse. There was a grim sort of solace in knowing there was somebody in a sorrier state than you, but it chipped away some of the weight that had rested on me since being snatched from the docks. At very least, the sword was something to converse with that wasn't my own thoughts. I was glad for the company. It even helped me ignore the wardrobe until Busk had need of me again. I closed my eyes and let myself rest against the wardrobe's back. Go on.
Chapter 3. Weighed and Measured. A weighing is as much a necessity as it is a great and wondrous massage of the egos. Let the other fellows enjoy their baths and visits to cat houses. My pleasure comes from seeing my half-coins counted and measured. They order once a month, I weigh twice a week. A man knows what he wants for when he knows where he stands on society's ladder. From a missive mistakenly delivered to Tal Tabath, who later married the sender. Lift it. Gloved hands laid hold of the ropes. Pulleys squeaked in complaint, stone grated. Glowing fingers clawed at the dark gap, hungry for light and air and the knowledge that there was a world beyond the close, dark press of sandstone. The lid of the sarcophagus was swivelled aside, meeting the floor with a dull boom. Copper thread hands grabbed the shade, and out he came, quivering like a palm tree in a sandstorm. They had to lift him up so he could face her. Even then his head lolled about as if he had no spine, his empty eyes searching the floor. Widow Horrocks stepped forwards, hands clasped, chin high, eyes sharp as butcher's knives. "Do you feel like talking now?" she asked. Vex moaned something incoherent. The guards shook him. "I didn't do it. I don't know anything." Horrocks circled him and his captors as she stared at his naked blue frame. The others in the alcove said Caltro didn't go to the stables with them. One shade, by the name of Khan, was very helpful, said Caltro was kept behind. Now he's nowhere to be found. So, for what must be the 12th time, Master Vex, what explanation do you have for the disappearance of my locksmith? "None, mistress," he slurred. "I put him to work in the kitchens later that evening. He must have taken his chance to escape." Horrocks turned to the armoured lump standing next to her. "String him up, Colonel." Khaled rubbed his eyes. "Aye, mistress." "No!" Vex was thrown against a wall where his neck was introduced to a thick loop of metallic rope. More pulleys screeched, and Vex was soon hanging like a condemned thief. He did not gurgle. He did not twitch. He simply fell limp, pulling a distorted face at the fizzing sound around his neck. The widow was handed a pair of elaborate copper shears, decorated with coils of silver. She brandished them at the shade, clacking them together. "You know as well as I do what these are." Vex did. His fresh struggling proved it. Many times Horrocks had watched him use the very same blades on recalcitrant house shades. Horrocks explained, just in case the sarcophagus had addled his mind. "When a man loses a finger in life, only the body is damaged. The soul remains untouched. But when you're a shade..." The blades parted and took one of Vex's toes into their jaws. The guards held his struggling leg tightly. "When you're all soul, you've only got your soul to lose. Memories, personality, they can be snipped away piece by piece." Schnick. There was a puff of light and cobalt smoke as the toe vanished. The stump glowed brightly as Vex howled with pain, thrashing around like a stubborn fish at the end of a line. When he finally resorted to sobbing, the shears snickered in Horrocks's hands. "I wonder what I took away. A recollection of a childhood summer's day, perhaps, or the touch of a lover creeping along your skin. Care to see what else we can trim?" "I'm telling the truth!" "His hand, Khalid." The colonel and his guards seized Vex's arms, pinning one behind his back and forcing the other outward. He was already howling before the sharp copper touched his wrist. His vapours flared at its touch. "Final chance." "I'm telling the truth," he wailed. "Schnick!" "Ah!" His wail became a roar as another piece of him drifted away, never to return. "Please!" Horrocks tutted at him once more. "I shall keep going until you prove your innocence, Master Vex. A shade can still work without a few fingers and toes, maybe even an arm or leg." He seethed through clamped teeth. No words came. He flickered as if he were a candle in a draught. "Or his manhood." Vex fought the guards back momentarily before they splayed his legs against the wall. Colonel Khalid cleared his throat by Horrocks's side, and after comparing the size of the shears with Vex's diminutive member, she nodded beneath her cowl. With a whisper of metal, Khalid's sword slid from its scabbard. It moved as if it were molten, twisting through the air before driving through the shade's crotch. A spark flew as the steel met the stone behind. Blue smoke trailed in the blade's wake. It took a moment for Vex to realise what had happened. The scream quickly followed. "Yeah!" Horrocks watched him closely. Once again he flickered, but this time his glow dimmed permanently. "Shall we go on, Master Vex?" she asked, staring up at his pain-stricken face. I can't hear you." Khalid held the point of his sword to the shade's throat. "Bask!" The word exploded from him, and as soon as he said it, he sagged, falling limp again. He stared down at his glowing wounds, his hollow eye sockets wide. "Tor Bask stole Jerub, that Caltro, the craftsman." His words were malformed. "Is that so? Why? How?" "Said he was dangerous. Said he would take care of him. We made a deal. I let him out. I wanted to keep you safe, mistress." Horrocks came closer. "You, Master Vex, have done nothing but contaminate my plans. He was important, curse you. I fucking told you this." She lashed at his vapours in a moment of rage, raking her copper-painted nails across his stomach. 4 white lines were scratched into him. He gasped, chin bobbing under the rope. Horrocks worked her gums before making a decision. She plucked a half-circle of copper from her pocket and thumbed its glyph and seal before handing it to the colonel. "Take his coin and melt it." The shade immediately struggled anew. "No, Widow Horrocks, please, I'll do anything, anything!" As the ropes were loosed and Vex crumbled to a heap on the stone, Horrocks took a moment to stand over him and regard his grief-stricken face. "6th tenet of the bound dead." Vex flapped his mouth, misunderstanding at first. He blinked as he inwardly clawed at some memory, now foggier than his skin. "Or did we cut that away already?" Horrocks scraped her mouth for saliva and spat upon him. "They must bring their masters no harm. I will not stomach a shade in my house who thinks himself above the tenet, the code, or more importantly, my will. Take him out of my sight, Khalid." The colonel had his men haul the screeching Vex out of the room, then hung back alongside Horrocks, who was busy smoothing her skirts. He flicked the half-coin on his thumb, and it chimed as it spun. "Vex was the last shade I would have expected to do this." "Jealousy is not reserved just for the living, Colonel. Such a thing can drive a shade to madness as easily as it can a man, as it did with Vex." "Jealousy? Of who?" "Of whom? And of Caltro, "The crass shade," she growled. "Now, thanks to Vex's shortcomings, we must go to retrieve our locksmith from the uppity Tor Busk. If he thinks he can simply snatch one of my shades as though I were a lesser Tal, he'll regret the day he heard my name." Khalid was already walking. "I'll have 100 of my men ready in an hour, mistress." She held up a hand, freezing him. "You forget the nature of this city's game, Colonel. Do not be so rash. Tors and Tals besieging each other's towers. That attracts plenty of eyes, and with all this talk of murders and disappearances, we do not want extra attention. We would not want to pique the interest of the chamber now, would we? No, we tread softly." "And do what?" Khalid looked confused and mildly disappointed. "Busk must know of Caltro's worth in order to steal him. He must need him for something. Therefore, we play on his weaknesses, Colonel. Greed, pride, vanity. We make him think I am weak, and that I will eventually forget the matter if he holds out long enough. First, we make a purposefully fumbling effort to play him. We send him a note." "Not poisoned?" Horrocks tapped her nails together. "Too old a trick. No, we merely thank him for his warnings, and we advise him we are ready to sell the shade known as Jerub. He will not accept, because he already has Caltro. We will pester him until we stoke his pride into anger. He will threaten me, and I will roll over like the old woman I am. We will make him believe he has won, and it's then that we shall send him a gift. And for that, Colonel, we shall need a spook, and a good one at that. The very best." "A spook?" Khalid took a moment to process her ploy. He nodded, grinning. "Clever, mistress." "I have had years of practice. Now, melt that half-coin and then fetch me a scribe. You may deliver the scroll yourself. And find me a spook." "Aye, mistress." Horrocks watched the man stomp from the room, leaving her in the soft glow of lamplight and her own self-satisfaction. It had been many years since her last noble feud. She had played the recluse too well, it seemed. She had almost forgotten the thrill of machination, of guile, of winning. The widow plucked another half-coin from her pocket and held it up to make it shine. Caltro's half-coin. She thumbed the split sigil of the royal crown and the poorly carved glyph and pondered. Insurance was a wonderful thing. With a tight smile on her face, she made for the doorway. As her fingers graced the stone to steady herself, she heard Vex's screaming begin. His ghoulish howls followed her all the way to the foot of the stairs, and not once did she flinch or shudder. She only smiled wider. "I've got the shits about this." "For the last time, shut your trap, Annie," Temsa hissed, tapping his cane on the ochre marble and making several coin counters look up from their ridiculously tall desks. He nodded to them, and they tugged at their spectacles. The fervent scratching of reeds upon papyrus resumed. Jaxabel fell silent, busying herself with sitting straight and not fidgeting in her new grey uniform. To Temsa's right, Danib wore the same, though his strained more at the seams. Temsa looked to the end of the grand hall, eyeing the closed door with golden glyphs splayed across it, spelling Director in Arctian. It had been closed far too long for his liking. The waiting times at Araxes' banks were almost as famous as the chambers, things of legend and song. At least queuing only applied to the poorer side of society, those with maybe half a dozen shades to their name. Temsa could still hear the clamouring from the public desks on the level below them. At least the banks offered something to gaze at while they made their more important customers wait. Personally, Temsa admired the grim architecture. It celebrated the deaths that filled the vaults of places like Fennec Coinery. The upper halls had vaulted ceilings of gold leaf and white plaster. Whale oil lanterns hung from skeletal arms cast in silver. They sprouted from 6 columns of black lava stone shaped with hollow rib cages and stretching arms. Skulls hung like bunches of grapes at their heads and feet. They looked down at the rows of desks below them and glowered. The desks in question belonged to the sigils and the coin counters, and they were so tall they required ladders to reach. Between them stood guards dressed in full battle armour, complete with grilled helms covering their faces and shining halberds. Though they were silent, those they protected were not. The air was filled with the scratching of reeds against papyrus and the clatter of abacuses. Not a single shade manned the lofty desks. No half-lives were allowed to handle or guard half-coins, as per the code. The floor was made of a marble so glossy that Temsa could check his reflection in its shine. He had done so frequently since arriving. The new suit was chafing around his good leg. The rich silks were warm, too. Thick folds of it trapped the heat, and those shades stood along the walls, wafting palm fronds. Temsa was beginning to sweat. And his tight collar. Well, there was nothing to do about it now besides make a mental note to have the tailor beaten. A dab of his kerchief saw to the sweat, and he distracted himself with adjusting the multitude of silver rings on his fingers. He had selected only his best for the occasion. He had even let one of the tavern girls underline his eyes and blush his cheeks, as was the fashion of the nobles. Annie had scowled murderously when she'd seen him. What she didn't understand was that actors needed costumes, and this was his. His stage, the bank. His role, a successful and thoroughly legal businessman, here for his first official weighing. Once again, Temsa's gaze slipped to the director's door. The windows either side had been shuttered, but he could see shapes moving behind them, framed by the lamplight within. He narrowed his eyes, willing the figures to come forth, and to his mild surprise, they did just that. His pet sigil, Russin Fennec, and his father, Tor Fennec, came forth, along with a retinue of advisers in sequined robes. As the advisers scattered like rats docking after a long voyage, the Fennecs bustled onwards. Only one stayed with them, a greying man with an intricately braided beard and gold paint plastered in a line between his nose and his vastly receded hairline. Temsa rose to greet them. He even wore a smile.
Tor Fennec, Mr. Fennec, shall we begin?
Father and son shared a look while the old man just stared at Temsa's leg. Long decades of making people squirm had taught Temsa the language of people's faces. Eyes, foreheads, lips, they were all mouths in their own right, and they could speak volumes. He saw the desperate pleading in Russin's face, the utter displeasure in the Tor's. Fennec the elder cleared his throat.
Thank you for waiting, Boss Temsa.
My pleasure.
Thank you. My apologies for the delay and our deliberation. I assume the time was spent wisely. Quite. Well, it is not often we deal with people, with soul traders like yourself, Boss Temsa.
And I have explained that is now a tiny portion of my business. Since I have begun depositing here, I have acquired factories, workhouses, stock shades, security companies. And a great many of them, too.
Yes.
Fennec tried hard to swallow his annoyance at being interrupted. While he struggled, Russin spoke up.
And that is why we have decided to allow you to bank in our prestigious vaults on a permanent basis at a yearly commission of 8% as discussed." Russon fell silent as his father's hand patted him on the shoulder. Though the sigil bowed his head, his eyes snuck to Temsa's. "On the basis," Tor Fenwick continued, "that your weighing places you within our bracket of clientele. I am pleased to say we were able to acquire a weigher for you right away. Talia Noon here can assist us." Temsa bowed to hide his wolfish grin. "I am very pleased to hear that. Shall we continue, then?" "You may signal your men, Mr. Temsa." "It would be my pleasure. Miss Jexabel?" Silence. The woman was staring blankly at him. She was getting deafer by the day. "The barrows, Annie." "Aye." Temsa watched Annie saunter towards the stairs. With a sharp whistle, she got the attention of the men waiting downstairs amidst a crowd of guards. After a few shouts of, "Move your arse!" and "Get out of the fucking way!" 4 large wheelbarrows appeared at the stairs with puffing men behind them. These were not the average farm barrow. These were tall and fat, box-like things, adorned with silver and varnished oak from Skoll, and bought especially for this moment. Temsa had to concentrate to contain his pleasure. "If you please." Tor Fenwick gestured to a wider door at the end of the hall. His eyes were already measuring the size of the barrows, and he had yet to look impressed. "The weighing room is at your disposal." Temsa and Danib trailed behind the 3 men. Danib cast him a glance, one that was barely more confident than Annie's scowling eyes. Temsa shook his head. He felt like a hawk staring down at a carpet of land. They were beasts, bumbling along below. They couldn't see the path he could, and what it consisted of, but they would soon. Temsa hoped so. He could not abide the thought of having to change his guard. Thick, gilded doors, carved with designs of weighing scales and towers of shades and half-coins, swung open with a deep moan. The large room beyond burned with candles and lamplight. A mighty arm of steel protruded from a dark slot in the far wall. It reached deep into the room, and from it hung a burnished pan of copper, which was the width of 2 men laid end to end. It currently hovered at head height. Above it, shoots of dark wood hung from chains in the ceiling. Long, zigzagging ramps led to high gantries crewed with men in white robes and gloves. "Quite the operation, gentlemen," Temsa complimented them. The Tor took a stand on a pedestal in the corner so he could oversee the scene. "Quite. Though similar to many other banks, our weighing room was the first of its design. What you see here is over 200 years old." Russon stepped close to Temsa, his voice low. "Fenwick Coinery has been in business for over 400 years. My father is its 29th director. We personally look after 1/10 of Araxes' half-coin deposits. The coinery can't just accept anybody. Tors and tals are regularly turned away." Temsa gave the young man a fierce gaze, speaking louder than his meek whisper so that his father could hear. "Well, Sigil, let's see what Talia Noon here has to say. After my weighing, I'm sure the coinery will have no problem having me as a customer." Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Tor Fenwick shaking his head. "A problem, Tor?" "I'm afraid this is only 4 barrow loads, Mr. Temsa. I highly doubt." Temsa clicked his fingers at Danib. "Tell Annie to bring in the rest." If the Tor's face fell then, it was a landslide of disappointment when the barrows began to pour in. Within minutes, 2 lines of 30 stood awaiting the men in robes. The gilded doors closed behind them with a deep boom. "Begin!"
Fenwick yelled, betraying his mood with his high pitch. As Annie and Danib unlocked the barrows with 2 mighty rings of keys, the figures in white came forth. They shuffled Temza's guards aside and manoeuvred the barrows up the ramps to the gantries. With practice and precision, they were tipped into the chutes. There was a music in the rattling of coins, a sweet concerto that only the rich knew how to enjoy. Temza had seen his wealth piled up several times in his cellars, but never all together, and not spilling like a copper river of thunder into a pan. He had also never been this rich before. Boran Temza had been busy. 4 names had been crossed off the cult's list, 4 minor nobles fallen to his ambition. Their withdrawals, combined with Temza's own personal wealth, plus a few debts he had called in, had resulted in his cellars not being used for shades, but for half-coins. It was the only currency that mattered when it came to nobility. Not silver, not threads and silks, not adoration, but dominion over the dead. What else was the emperor but a man of mighty wealth? He had no divinity, no prowess in battle, and no sway with minds. He was simply rich, the lord of the dead. The flow of coins continued unabated for some time. Temza was enraptured by it. The only times he broke away were to watch the slow rise of Tor Fenwick's jaw as it set in grim realization. It was a satisfying moment. Temza could not have been so bold without knowing Her Majesty, the Empress-in-Waiting, was now his benefactor. His polite note to her had contained only one word: deal. Temza's guards were, of course, flabbergasted. They had likely never conceived of this amount of half-coin, yet here it was, pouring like twin copper waterfalls. Even Danib and Annie looked wide-eyed, particularly the big shade. Temza guessed he was busy imagining all the souls that corresponded to these coins, who they were, what they were, that sort of shit. Temza didn't care. What mattered was that their coins were here, and they belonged to him alone. When the flow finally dwindled, and the last few coins rattled down the chutes, Temza clapped his hands. The huge scale was so laden it had dipped into a hollow in the stone floor. His coins were a small hill perched upon it. The slopes of metal were aflame in the light of the lanterns and candles. The tallier, his nose now out of his notebook, began to take the measurement. He checked around the pan, walking in lunges before attending to what Temza saw to be a fine metal needle hovering on a measure on the wall. With a curious humming, Noon made his checks and scribbled something in his papyrus file. "And the weight is," Tor Fenwick called, hands cupped to his mouth. Noon approached his pedestal with great ceremony. Temza didn't hear the number that was whispered, nor did he see the glyphs on the parchment. Fenwick simply straightened up and adjusted his silk neckerchief. His tanned face took on a rosy glow. "Fetch this week's ledger of bindings, Sigil Fenwick." No son, the man was all business. "Yes, Tor." Russin hurried from the room through an adjoining door into his father's office. He returned with a heavy scroll the size of a barrel clasped in a trolley. Noon helped him attach it to a bracket in the wall, and together they reeled it out across the marble floor. Temza eyed the glyphs as it ran past him. Names, numbers, dates, all in the fine, enigmatic scribble of coin counters, sigils, and talliers. Noon began to roam the names, hands clasped and silent as stone. With an impatient huff, Fenwick came down from his pedestal and joined him. The Tor muttered something and then continued towards the wall. He had begun to wring his fingers. When Noon stopped to scribble on the blank edge of the ledger, Temza didn't know whether that was high or low. His heartbeat flickered. It was only when the tallier rose and nodded to Fenwick that he knew. Tor Fenwick's voice was tight,
his smile false. "You have been weighed, you have been counted, you have been found eligible. Welcome to the nobility, Tor Temsa," he said. Temsa bowed deeply. "Thank you, Tor Fenwick, and you, Talia Noon. Where do I stand?" He strode forward to meet the man with an open hand. There was a pause before the stiff hand met his. In cheek, Temsa grasped it tightly, a little too tightly for Fenwick's liking, and he bent at the knees and gasped. "Tell me, where am I?" Still in Temsa's grip, Fenwick pointed with his free hand at a spot between a Tal Giab and a Tor Renin. 20,496, Noon informed him. Temsa leaned closer, finding a familiar name only a dozen entries above him. "And where are you, sir?" Fenwick pointed back down the scroll. "There." "How many is that?" The Tor held to silence for too long, and Noon filled it. 19,004. This time, Temsa didn't hide his wolfish smile. "I see. Well, I bid you a good day, Director Fenwick. My thanks once more for accommodating and protecting my fortune in such prestigious vaults as yours. I assume they are as safe as they are exclusive." "Safer than any other bank in Araxes. We have 6 vaults, each within the other. No other greater vault in the Reaches besides the Emperor's sanctuary," Fenwick asserted. "Very good," replied Temsa. Finally, he released the man and swept towards the doors. His barrowmen and guards gathered around him, reverently touching his shoulders or arms as he passed. Temsa let them, shamelessly basking in the celebration. The costumes seemed to be fitting rather too well. Then again, as he took a last look at the glittering mound that was his fortune, he felt deserving of his tordom. He had earned it with blood, sweat, and tears. Not his own, mind, but that didn't mean he couldn't fucking enjoy it. "Guess all you need now is a tower," Annie muttered by his side. Temsa grinned at her. "You know what, my dear? That's not a bad idea at all. Let's see what Tal Ku Nebra can offer us tonight, shall we? See how Cecine's suggestions compare to the cult's. Perhaps the Tal will be so generous as to lend me her home until such time as I can find a better one. I'm finding the slab rather cramped these days." Annie took a long time to answer. Temsa wondered if she hadn't heard him. "Like I said, you're taking an awful lot of steps awfully quickly, and it worries me." Temsa put some extra effort into his next step, making his foot spark on the marble. The clang echoed through the hall, making the coin counters jump. "I don't pay you to worry, Annie. That's my job. You just stick to what you're good at. Like removing people's heads."
Chapter 4. Old Gods and New Tricks. It is said that no gate can stand in the way of Planops the Breaker. Some say he had an axe with the sharpest blade in the Roundland, that cut through the very fibres of being. Others say he had a war cry that could shake apart hinges and locks. But all those who were there, who stood beside him upon the plains of Choke, we knew better. 100 souls he'd bound within him, and mastered them all. Only in battle would he loose them, and rip the doors asunder in a shape that was not his own, nor human. Opening lines of the epic Bells of Solitude, by the playwright Frandy. The problem with a talking sword is getting it to shut up. Dead gods know you can't throttle it. Our mutual incarceration seemed to have opened some sort of verbal floodgate. For 2 days, the thing had chatted incessantly, telling me his life story and more besides. The issue was that the sword's life spanned about 300 years, not counting the time before he was dead-bound, and he seemed determined to fill me in on every second he'd endured. By the second day, my head had become permanently affixed to the wardrobe door in a half-sleep of boredom as the blade prattled on about Sir this and General that, or the Battle of fuck knows where. I cared little for others' histories unless they could help me crack open a door or claim something shiny and expensive. And yet, despite my polite coughs or interjections, the sword's conversation always circled back to a story. And bloody poetry. If I thought I despised poetry before, the sword proved me wrong with every half-rhymed galumphing stanza that he used like punctuation. And then I was passed down to his son, Viceroy Rena, who had about as much need for me as a rich man needs a penny. 3 years I dawdled in my case, only to be occasionally gawped at by visitors to his estate. And what a grand estate! I thumped my head against the wood in a moment of utter boredom, and the sword fell quiet for a pause. Mr. Basalt? You all right? Perfectly fine. Good. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, Rena. My forehead met the door again. I was almost glad when Busk's men came for me, their boots clomping loudly on the plush carpet. The sword fell silent immediately. Through the crack in the door, I watched them line up in front of the wardrobe, clubs in hand. Busk entered the room, head high and hands clasped in a gesture of eagerness. He was wearing a blue velvet coat adorned with gold chains. He waved a hand at my wooden prison, and I was hauled into the lamplight. Need something else open, do we, Busk? A club caught me across the jaw, and somebody reminded me of his station. Tor, Busk, I muttered through the pain. Yes, in fact, Caltro. A fresh haul of scatter isle pieces. There's a lockbox I think you'll be interested in. Interested was a strong word, but if it got me a moment of peace and passed the time, I was game. I had faith in the widow's need of me, and with every hour that trudged by, the more I expected to hear the clash of guards in the hall below, and her crackly voice demanding me back. Might as well get some practice in while I'm here. Show me the box, then. Good half-life. Up and out I was dragged, and this time taken up the stairs rather than down. I had the chance to survey Busk's home. This was no grand spire like Araxes, but more of a glorified mansion. Turrets and rooms had expanded like warty growths on the original structure. The darker nature of the old stone betrayed the extensions. The gaudy decor followed us all the way to a stubby tower near the roof, as did the stairs of the house ghosts we passed. It seemed Busk was not in the habit of clothing his shades. They threw me and my dusty smock sad glances as they cleaned and polished, completely naked. The doors Busk attacked with a hoop of keys were of stout construction, thick mahogany, banded with steel. 4 locks clicked in sequence and the guards saw to opening them. Inside the room, shelves lined the walls and a cornucopia of objects lined them. Each had a small papyrus tag on a string. Numbers had been scratched onto them. Here we are, announced Busk. A cube of grey metal perched on a pedestal, about a handspan thick in each direction. Between the glyph designs, one solitary keyhole stared at me like an eye. This is it? I asked. Don't let its simplicity fool you, Caltro. I expect more from an expert such as yourself. Busk turned to one of the nearest guards, taking his club from him. Leave us. I watched the guards file out. None of them looked particularly happy leaving their tour with a stolen shade, but they followed his orders all the same. I suspected it was due to him being their employer, not any kind of fervent loyalty. The box, Caltro. I grumbled something profane as he handed me my tools. I tried my best not to snatch them. The box was simple, just as I'd suspected. It took me mere moments to test its tumblers, find its notches and start picking. Within a few moments, the lid popped open with a hiss of stale air. Told you, I sighed as I stepped back. Busk stood still, ignoring his prize and staring only at me. I got the sense there was an ulterior motive to this situation. What is it? Why are you so important to Araxes? Does she know? Playing dumb was an art. The trick to it was a mixture of well-timed shrugs, half-lies, and a straight face. I shrugged. Surely she does, said Busk. She holds your half-coin, and yet she hasn't punished you yet for leaving her home. I was expecting her to, hence I had you open my most prized possession first. Yet here we are, days later, and not a twitch. Maybe she hasn't noticed I'm gone. That was ridiculous. The old bat had me on a leash so short a living thing would have choked. The thought crossed my mind also, and I believed the same until this came to my door. Busk produced a small scroll from his velvet pocket. I could tell by its wrinkles it had been unrolled, re-rolled, crumpled in anger at one point, then flattened out again. "This," he said, "is from your previous mistress, offering to sell you." I see. It was all I gave him. In truth, I was confused as to how Horrocks intended to sell a ghost she didn't have, and for some reason needed. She had it delivered by the colonel of her guard, no less, straight into my hands. I'm as clueless as you are. Busk scowled. I am not clueless, Shade. In fact, I'm very clueful. He circled me in the pedestal. She was unwilling to part with you when I first broached the subject, and now that I have you, she immediately wants to sell you. It's a ploy, a test. I saw the widow's game now. A change of Busk's mind would look suspicious, but agreeing to a sale would mean following the path Horrocks was laying for him. One does not play such games in this city unless it's for something important. Tors and tars do not dally with trivialities. Shades get stolen all the time, constantly shifting from house to house. 100 here, another 100 there. What does one shade matter to a noble with thousands under her control? I sensed a rhetorical question and kept my trap shut. Do you know what we nobles do when a shade is taken from us illegally? We melt your half-coin, send you to the void. You, however, are whole and sound. That tells me you are important to her in some way, and I wish to know why. I shrugged. Busk raised the club menacingly. Perhaps for the same reason you were keen to steal me, I offered, not too eager to get another hit. My jaw was still throbbing. White spots lingered in my vision. My thoughts exactly, Busk exclaimed. The question is, why, Caltro? Tal Horrocks might be an enigma, a hermit, an old bag with no manners, but those few who have dealt with her respect her, fear her even. Yet she's never seen at balls or the theatre. Horrocks rarely leaves her tower, except for the soul market. She has not weighed in a year. What I do know is that she is no fence, no soulstealer. Why then would she have need of you? Another shrug. And this time the club did strike home, right across my shoulders. I pitched onto the pedestal, my head striking the box with a dull whump. Let's try again. Why does she need a locksmith like you? I cook a fucking good rabbit stew. Maybe that's why. The club came at me again, mercilessly so. Busk beat me like a dusty carpet until I was on my knees. Pain shot through my body with every hit, contorting me. When Busk tired, breathing hard, he stepped back to rearrange his coat and comb his thinning hair back into place. I cannot abide shades who forget their place in the world. I find that reminding them with a club works wonders. I mumbled, fighting pain. What does she want you for? I don't know. The club cracked against my skull. My face met the floor. I'm telling the truth. Busk yelled in my ear. Tell me everything. Does she want you for a heist? No. A strange allegiance kept me from spilling what little truth I knew. Perhaps it was the future she had offered me. The promise of freedom that Busk could never make. All right. I held up my hands, cowering more than I would have liked. Pain is a wonderful test of the caliber of a man's soul. Mine had always leaned towards the cowardly side of the spectrum. Flight over fight, I say. It was a trait that might have hurt the pride of another man, but it had kept me alive more times than I could count. I knew the worth of cowardice. And lies. She had me open boxes, just like you. Heirlooms, nothing more. Busk looked unconvinced. Heirlooms? Jeweled boxes and the like, old things from her collection. I don't believe you. I don't care what you fucking believe, I glared. Horrocks will come for me, not because I am important, but because I am hers. She will not abide your thievery. Busk's narrow face grew as wide as I'd ever seen it. His grin beamed unnaturally white. She is an old hermit, rusty and stubborn. She wants to play games. Fine. I will entertain her. And all the while, I will have you here, opening everything that crosses my path with a lock on it, doing my bidding. Understand, Caltro? I lunged for him. I don't quite know what I expected to achieve, but before I knew it, I was reaching towards him with hands like pincers, searching for his throat. It was an act of anger and frustration, and in that moment I understood what a crime of passion meant. It seemed that even without my mortal form, the animal in me lived on as I did. The savagery of our distant ancestors survives just beneath the surface of our civility, and I had remembered mine. Busk fended me off with the club, too shocked to call for his guards. I felt the copper smack against my wrists, but the pain was forgotten in my drive to strangle the bastard. I made little sound, no threat but the straining growl of rage. He found his voice. Back! Back, I say! I kept at him, reaching and reaching. Guards! Busk stumbled over his own feet in his fancy shoes, falling onto his arse with his club outstretched. With the back of my fist, I batted the weapon aside and sent it skittering across the marble. Pain lanced up my arm. Busk's flailing legs tangled my own, and I landed atop him, fighting to encircle his throat. I was so fixated on seizing the white flesh between his velvet collar, I didn't even notice my hands piercing his skin. No, not piercing. Entering. My glowing fingers reached deep into his throat. So far I could feel the rubbery ridges of his windpipe, feel the blood inside his veins, pulsing over my vapor. It was enough to halt my attack just for a moment, long enough to feel icy fingers at my own throat, and feel the beat of a terrified heart in my chest. I gasped for air against the cold, trying to envelop me. My vision was overlaid with blue. I saw a livid face etched into that swirling cloud of vapor. My own. I barely noticed when the guards ripped me from the tor. My form lit up where their copper thread hands touched me, but I felt none of the pain. Instead, I felt the life drained from me with every yard they put between me and Busk, who was still thrashing on the floor. My arms twitched with his movements mimicking him. Get him out! Get him out! He yelled. I could feel his hot breath escaping my mouth. Whatever sorcery had bound us was cut with the slam of the door. I was thrown down the stairs, landing next to two ghosts carrying a bucket of mop water. They spilled it in their surprise, dousing my smock. I let the guards lift and drag me back to my wardrobe. In truth, I was too stunned to do much else. I didn't fight them when they shoved me into the dark and locked the door on me. I simply stood, mouth agape, eyes staring but not seeing. I was too busy wrestling my mind into something that resembled sense. A voice called out to me. It might have been calling for some time, but this was the first of it I'd heard. I said, "Are you okay, Caltro?" The bloody sword. What happened? I paused, realizing I had no answer to give. My own conclusion still seemed too ridiculous in its impossibility. And yet... Did they hurt you? Busk tried that with me once, showed me a forge and held me in the fire. I had little patience for any more stories. Shut up! Just shut up for one moment! Even then the sword had to say his piece. Well, I never. Look, you. I realized that in all his blabbering, I'd never gleaned a name. What is your name, anyway? I've gone by many names. The Black Death, Absia, Yira Anku. Once I was called Bonesplee. My hands waved impatiently in the dark. Whatever. I'll call you Pointy until you settle on one. Pointy? You're a dead-bound, right? Bound into something lifeless, inanimate. I hardly need reminding, but yes, I am a soul blade, to be precise. And in all your years, have you ever heard of a ghost, a shade, being bound into someone that's already alive? Well, there have been animals, horses, hawks, dogs. They call it strange bound, remember? Yes, I know that. Not animals. People. Living people. Pointy paused in thought. I know a few tales. He sounded cautious. What happened? It never worked too well. The Chamber of the Code banned the Nixites from doing it several hundred years before I was bound, if not more. In fact, there's an epic poem about why they... I gritted my teeth as hard as vapor can be gritted. No poems. Just tell me. Well, it was something to do with religion, something no Arctian has worried about in the years since the gods were proclaimed dead and gone. Apparently, the gods used to walk among us, inhabiting bodies, testing those they met. The Nixites and the Chamber both thought this practice too similar, too religious for their liking. Men trying to be gods. What happened to the people? For a shade, you really don't know much about binding, do you? I'm still new to it. Well, a body's only built for one soul, not two. It seems only the gods are capable of that. The tales tell of men and women driven mad, of their bodies giving up after rotting from the inside out in a matter of days. Some ripped themselves apart with their bare hands, trying to fight with the foreign soul. Almost always, they both died. Permanently. I instinctively held myself, checking I was still there and not rotting. As for madness, well, I was talking to a sword. I didn't dwell on it. And what do they call that? Live-bound, I guess? Haunting, Caltro. They called it a haunting. A haunting. I turned the strange word over and over in my mind until, like a clockwork toy, I had teased it apart and put it back together again. Pointy was unusually silent. Perhaps he could hear the cogs of my brain clanking. When the silence had dragged out beyond all reason, he spoke, sounding almost afraid. Why do you ask? I sighed, hardly believing it myself. Fuck. I hated it when others were right. Especially gods. Because, Mr. Sword. Pointy. I think I just haunted Tor Busk.
Chapter 5. Murder Most Lucrative. Vaults and doors became big business in the centuries after binding was discovered. As trust eroded and each noble became more insular, they trusted to vaultsmiths and doorsmiths to keep them and their half-coins safe. Guards and mercenaries also became highly lucrative positions, with many Skoll, Crass and Scatterfolk sellswords flooding into Araxes, ready to protect the highest bidder. From The City of Countless Souls, a keen-eyed guide. The sandstorm conquered the outsprawls within hours, swallowing the shacks and piled buildings with its ochre jaws. As its hunger stretched towards the city heights, the sun slunk into the sea, leaving Araxes to fend for itself in the half-light. The mighty towers became channels for the wind, squeezing more ferocity from the storm. Shutters rattled against the howl and roar of biting sand. The streets were emptied save for shades forced on late errands by callous masters, or unfortunates with no towers to hide in, no doors to bolt behind them. Abandoned carts and stalls tumbled down the streets, adding deep booms to the merciless rush of air. Against the cold ocean gusts, the storm reared higher, claiming the staggering heights of the tallest towers. Even the pinnacle of the cloud-piercer was devoured. In their upper reaches, yellow lightning forked and crackled through the clouds. In the orange darkness of the streets of Quara district, a lone figure struggled towards a tower built like a stretched-out conch shell. The figure staggered left, right, paused to fight the wind, and battled on. Hands outstretched, it found a wall and paced with its palms until an archway was found. The courtyard beyond was a gyre of sand, obscuring all but the lights of 2 hooded lamps guarding a door. A fist reached out to strike the iron panels. The wind drove the shape from the doorstep twice, but each time it fought back to hammer on the pitted metal. "Please!" A female voice, muffled by cloth and storm roar. "Help!" Iron rasped and a hatch opened. A shaft of lamplight speared the royal. A man's face appeared behind the grille, immediately recoiling with a mouthful of sand. After the coughing had abated, a harsh voice called, "What?" The woman pressed her cheeks to the grille. "Shelter, please!" "Go away, beggar!" "I am no beggar!" She pulled aside her cloth mask, showing lips and eyes painted with crushed purple quartz. "I'm Talpatra's daughter. Give me sanctuary, noble to noble." The hatch closed with a snap. Her fists drummed on the iron in angry desperation. "Sanctuary! My father will owe a debt to you!" A heavy clanking rose over the din as cogs turned inside the door. At its centre, a strip of light ignited, blinding against the darkness. Hooded, masked figures appeared and beckoned to her. "Enter, Talpatra!" The woman held the doorstep, unmoving, cloak crackling around her in the flurries. All formalities eroded. "Quickly, woman, in!" The smaller of the 2 figures braved the rush and came to guide her by the hand. "What are you waiting for?" The dagger withdrew from the man's throat, drawing an arc of dark blood in its wake. The man clapped a hand to the wound, confusion carved into his face. He dropped to one knee in front of the woman, blinking at the shadows as he gargled and drowned from within. From the inside of the tower, it might have looked like an impromptu romantic moment, had it not been for the blood spurting rhythmically with his failing heartbeat. "Shit!" yelled the other guard, pressing hands to the great doors. A dull boom echoed as a fist wrapped in steel met the iron. The guard fell to his arse and skidded across the marble. A hulking figure followed the woman into the lamplight, one clad in steel plates and wearing a spiked helmet. Blue light glowed through the seams of the armour, fading to green where the sand rushed in. A huge spear was balanced in the shade's hand, and with a single thrust it pierced the guard's stomach and burst from his back. He toppled with a scream, taking the weapon with him. In poured more shapes, sweeping past the woman standing on the doorstep. They were a wall of black leather and chainmail, bristling with sharp things. "Very well done, my dear," called a voice between the repetitive clang of metal. White sparks scattered as a figure emerged from the haze. Lamplight played on copper talons. Boran Temza withdrew his mask and laid a congratulatory hand on the woman's shoulder, a serving girl borrowed from his tavern. She was tall, and he had to reach. "Very well done indeed, Balia. I knew you had more talents than merely squeezing silver out of drunkards." "Many more, Boss Temza. Tor Temza." Balia performed a curtsy and let him shepherd her inside by taking his elbow. The wall of leather and armour parted, showing them a wide atrium of red-veined marble. Sand was already spreading over it like yellow mould. Alabaster figures stared down from alcoves, their pale faces frozen in severe disapproval of the new arrivals. Taut bands of crimson silk separated them, reaching from floor to domed ceiling. Painted hieroglyphs adorned the smooth plaster, telling stories Temza didn't care to know. "How fancy," he mused, craning his stiff neck. A blue glow bathed him, and somebody grunted at his shoulder. Danib had recovered his spear from the corpse by the door. Blood dripped from its point and pattered on the floor. The doorman's scream had alerted the household. The echoes of rushing boots could be heard descending the stairs in the rooms above. Danib cast his master a sidelong glance. Temza waved his hand as if shooing a sandfly.
Of course you may, old friend. Go ahead. We're not here to admire the drapes now, are we?
The shade tramped over the marble, steel clanking. Temza's men spread out behind him, masks torn aside to reveal eager grins. It seemed they enjoyed this almost as much as Temza did. Almost. Temza stayed put, arms resting on his cane as he idly watched his men go to work against the house guards streaming down the stairs. Balia's grip on his arm tightened with every clang of steel and dying cry. There was a downside to trained men. Once a man is taught to cut and slash in certain ways, his actions are confined to those rules. He is caged by rote and technique. Fighting, to that manner of man, is a formal dance one might find in noble halls. It was why Temza preferred his throat cutters raw. They didn't cling doggedly to form. They didn't posture. Their dance was far from noble, more like the cavorting of desert tribes or island savages. A trained man was no match for such barbarity. Leaping, bounding, playing dirty tricks with their steel, Temza's men cut the guards to ribbons. Even when their opponents were lying trembling on the floor, they hacked until limbs were hewn free, armour and all. The pieces spilled down the stairs in a slippery river of blood and shit. With Annie and Balia by his side, Temza picked his way over the detritus and corpses. If any of them still moved, they met his golden talons. When their shades arose naturally in several days' time, he would send them south to the desert mines, where nobody would hear this story. Up they wound, conquering the tower level by level, house guard by house guard. Balia soon lost her stomach and had to return to the atrium. Her retching echoed up the stairwell. Shades prostrated themselves on the carpets and in their alcoves, not wishing to die again. Temza left them be. Stock was not to be damaged. They found her in the highest reaches of the tower, where the conch shell thinned into a coiled spire. Tal Nebra was a wizened and crooked woman at the best of times. Here, at her worst, she looked like a leprous beggar. Hands clasped and waving above her head, legs folded beneath her, back as curved as a bucket handle. Had she not been wrapped in silk sheets, Temza might have flicked her a gem for charity. He wondered what she had done to irritate the Empress-in-waiting enough to be on her list.
Tau, how kind of you to accommodate us at this late hour.
Caillou was not begging, as it seemed, but praying. Her muttering was no answer, but a stream of platitudes for the old gods.
Stuck in the ancient ways, I see. Didn't anybody tell you the gods are dead?
With a sigh, Caillou straightened to look up at the men spread about her bedchamber.
Audacity is the hobby of fools, sir.
Temza rubbed his beard.
All the pleasure of the daring. In any case, I am here, and we have business to conduct.
Caillou snorted.
Business? You mean murder?
You know as well as I do that the royals and nobles blurred that line centuries ago. They are one and the same in this city. I simply follow your lead. The old Tal shuffled from her bed. Temza reached for her cane leaning nearby and handed it to her. Caillou fixed him with a rheumy stare, a calm look of damnation in those glassy eyes. There was no fear.
Get it over with if you must, she said. I will not beg a criminal.
Temza wagged a finger.
Not so fast, my dear Tal. There are questions, signatures needed. Do not take me for some dockside soul-stealer. That is far behind me now. As I said, this is business. Now I have it on good authority that you have a vault. I imagine one who clings to the old ways would reject our city's fine banks. Am I right?
For the first time, Caillou's confidence crumbled. Temsa saw it in the wobble of her lips. Her faith in justice was wavering. She lifted her chin, defiant. Perhaps she believed in Mart as well as the dead gods. The half-wit.
Do your worst.
Temsa came so close their noses almost touched.
Madam, I plan to.
With a snap of his fingers, his men carried Caillou from her chambers. Daneb loomed once more, spear still dripping with ruby gore.
She'll be tough, that one,
Temsa mused.
The sun tans these old bats harder than leather.
Silence from the shade's mouth. A world of meaning in his cobalt eyes.
Good practice indeed, my old friend. Oryx will have her turn soon enough. Come, let's begin.
Outside the quivering windows, the sandstorm roared on, unabated and uncaring. Chapter 6. Murder Most Foul. Pharazar married as a prince before he killed his father. His princess, Nilith Raikar, Lady of Saraka, second daughter of the crass king Conan. It was a promise as well as a marriage, old Emperor Milizan's way of letting Conan keep his lands, and the peace between them. His son Pharazar has held that promise since, waging wars in the Scatter Islands instead. From A Reach History by Gavin Jubb.
I always thought an emperor would be prettier looking. You look better on your silver coins.
Fuck you, bird. Pharazar swept back to the bulwark, a word Girab had taught them. Nilith stifled a chuckle. Bazel's foul mouth, or beak, was a welcome addition to her tired and grumble-sore ears. Though they hadn't spoken much, and his loyalty still hung in question, she was undoubtedly warming to him. The falcon preened in thought.
It's true, though. And you married that face, Empress. I can see why you killed him.
River water filled the pools. Nilith had grown used to the river as the days dragged by, her fear of it slipping away with the scenery. Nevertheless, she had made camp in the centre of the barge. The furthest place away from the water on a square boat was always the centre. It was simple geometry. The canyon walls reared above them. Taller now the ashti had thinned, ember-red and worn smooth from centuries of eager river water. The overhanging ledge that had given them cover had all but diminished. Already half the barge baked in the hot sunlight that poured down into the gully. Girab had not moved from the tiller. Night and day he had stood, mahogany eyes affixed to his waters, keeping the rock close by. Every so often, his gaze scanned the lip of the cliff above, watching for black figures and black horses. Few words had escaped his mouth, and he had taken no interest in his passengers, even though one of them was the dead and unclaimed body of the Arctian Empire. Trusting people was a dangerous pastime in the Ark, but Nilith took a chance with the bargeman. Her luck had held so far. There had been no glimpse of Krona or her ghouls, just a faint echo of hoofbeats the night before. The full moon had brought Nilith and Girab into the light, jaws set and wary, wincing at the notion of arrows. Safety was a strong word, but the barge was as close as she'd come since the desert tavern. Since bursting into their lives, Bazel had been largely absent. He stuck to the sky, keeping them abreast of their progress between circling the barge for hours on end, putting his dagger-sharp eyes to work. According to the bird, the dune plains were as blank as papyrus, salt flats for miles. When asked of the city, he had merely shrugged his wings and said, "You're getting there." Nilith had met a strange-bound only once before. A duke in her father's retinue had brought a wolfhound to court when she was 9. It was a bitter, sarcastic thing, spending its short moments in the long hall complaining about the smell of barbarians before the Duke had been asked to leave. She never saw the hound or its owner again. Bitterness seemed to be a trait of the falcon, too. Perhaps it was the nature of a human soul trapped in a lesser body. Despite her jealousy of his ability to fly, deep set in every being since the first eyes had glimpsed the first birds, Nilith could understand his frustration. No fingers, toes, lips, or arms. His voice and thoughts were all of him that remained. The lack of himself had clearly bred resentment in his feathery breast. She hardly blamed him. No doubt her daughter's treatment of him hadn't helped. She decided to take his short rest as a chance to get some answers. "Basalt," Nilith said, drawing a stare from the bird. "How long has Cecine been your master?"
7 years I've belonged to your daughter."
His reply was a mutter. "You didn't mention how she came by you." Nilith's conversations with the falcon had been scant. The threat of the ghouls meant they hadn't even got down to bargaining.
"That northern tit Prince Failer. He was my master before Cecine. The idiot never figured out how to use the silver bell I'm bound to. Instead, he gave it as a gift when he came to court your daughter. Remember that?"
Nilith did. She also remembered not having any choice in the matter. Pharazar's idea, as usual.
"Cecine figured it out fucking quick like. Summoned me up and put me to work spying on you two, or Serex and Tals, paying me with whatever joys are left to a strange bound. Food, wine, fucking, freedom to roam. She never told a soul about me."
That doesn't surprise me one bit. She's always been secretive. She barely talks to me, and whenever she does, her words are full of spite, contempt, blame, or all bloody three. You know, in the last year, I've perhaps traded a dozen sentences with her. She's avoided me ever since Pharazar locked his vault. 22 years, and the closest they'd ever been was the day Nilith birthed her. Pharazar, the tutors, and, before their banishment and death, Pharazar's parents, had all tried their hardest to turn Cecine into the perfect Arctian princess. It had worked, and now she had come of age, she was scheming like the best of the family line, hungry for her father's throne.
"Does it worry you, leaving her behind, alone?"
asked the falcon, shuffling his wings.
"It should,"
hissed Pharazar, eavesdropping as always. Nilith nodded. She had spent more than a few sleepless nights worrying about what her absence and her daughter's ambition could mean. The ghouls had distracted her, but with the arrival of the falcon, those worries had slid back into her mind like smoke seeping under a bedroom door. At the very least, as long as Nilith held the body of Pharazar, Cecine was limited in her ability to wreak havoc. Basalt clacked his beak.
"Seeing as it's fucking question time, here's one I've been itching to ask."
"What's that?" Basalt cast a look at the ghost.
"How'd you catch him? How'd you track him down?"
Nilith chuckled softly. "Well, Falcon, I'll tell you. But first, tell me what you want in return for your help. Why are you here?"
The bird cleared his throat haughtily. "Not yet," he said,
and the conversation was shattered as he launched himself into the sky with a throbbing of wing beats. A keening wail chased his path to the strip of blue above them. Nilith watched him, feeling that jealousy once more. She wished he was a griffin, strong enough to carry her and Pharazar's corpse all the way to the Grand Nixwell before it was too late. Without the thud of hooves behind her and reins to control, she was at the mercy of the Ashti's flow. She could not control it any more than she could the tangible passing of time, and together they conspired to make her continually anxious. It felt as if she stood in a gigantic hourglass with the minutes hammering down on her head. Fortunately for her, the Ashti no longer languished as it had. The river was starting to gather speed. Their path was becoming narrower in places, pinching the river and making it run faster. Nilith shuffled to Anoish, who had taken to sleeping through the pain of his deep arrow wound. The shaft had been snapped, and the arrowhead dug out of his back leg with much thrashing and whinnying. Nilith had been kicked halfway across the barge more than once, almost cracking several ribs, but the grisly business had been completed. A heavy poultice of herbs and oil, fashioned from food scraps Girab kept on his vessel, was now tied about the leg. It looked like a crest of stuffing perched on an undercooked haunch of meat. She wished she had a spare ghost and some Nyx water instead, like in Abatwe. Her own wounds were now almost healed, and somehow that made her feel guilty. The horse was in a blue mood. His tongue poked out between his grey lips from the heat. His eyes were two dark orbs of sadness that followed Nilith as she pottered about him. She poked, she checked, she whispered nothings in his flat and dejected ears. He thumped a hoof in reply, but that was all she got from him besides the staring. Nilith sighed and found a spot on the deck near his head where the flat hull nosed the water. When she could bring herself to watch the flow, she saw a shadowy brown bottom beneath the diamond-clear waters, strewn with boulders the size of carriages and slick with opportunistic algae. The rocks looked uncomfortably close, but Nilith knew water could play tricks with light. She scooped up a handful to wash her face and found it cold enough to make her gasp. The sky and sun gave the water the colour and sparkle of lapis lazuli. The further ahead she looked, the more of the sky's colour the river stole. Where the canyon walls overshadowed the waters, they were a mirror to the red rock. An hour, maybe more, Nilith sat there, growing attuned to the bobbing of the barge. It took time to reason with fear, especially the irrational kind. Logic was of little use. It took real proof, the sort that eyes could witness, not the sort the mind could conjure. The longer the barge stayed afloat and proved itself to her, the weaker the knot in her stomach became, the calmer the throb of her heart. It was short-lived. "Rapids!" Basalt screeched, swooping between two knuckles of rock that almost touched overhead. The words stabbed Nilith in the gut. "What?" Pharazar chuckled snidely. "Afraid of the water, wife?" "Shut your face, ghost!" Girab scoffed at their wide eyes like a father to a bothersome child. "Ain't rapids, bird. Just eddies." "Who's Eddie?" Pharazar asked. "Are you sure?" Nilith asked of Girab. The bargeman snorted back some phlegm as a response, but he still wrapped his arm around the tiller. That was cause enough for Nilith to squat down in her usual spot at the centre of the barge. She just wished the craft wasn't so flat. She could feel the ripples slapping at the wood beneath her fingers. The river felt as though it was speeding up, and the approaching rumble of rushing water filled her ears. Once more she envied Basalt soaring above like an ambivalent balloon. Eddies. The word was too soft for the way the water churned against the rocks or gathered in spinning whirlpools in the hollows of the canyon walls. Nilith eyed their watery mouths, funneling down into darker waters. She found a new and chilling fear in them. She didn't want to imagine what it was like to tumble into such a thing. Ahead of them, she saw a faint curtain of spray obscuring tall, dark shadows. Rainbows filled the air, but their beauty did nothing to assuage her fear. "Girab!" she cried. "Trust me!" he yelled over the hiss and roil. Nilith pressed her cheek to the jittering deck as if it was another hand she could hold on with. Through half-closed eyes, she watched a tall spur of rock sail past the barge. Its cold shadow fell across her. "Girab!" "They're just the fangs, don't worry." A morbid curiosity betrayed her. Before burying her head, Nilith glimpsed 3 more ugly spines of rock in the barge's path. "Don't worry! Really!" she yelled into the deck. Under Girab's expert tutelage, Their craft twisted this way and that through the whirlpools and eddies. Nilith finally understood why they called these craft barges. Using his oar-like tiller, he threw his vessel into every bank and swell of water, shoving them aside with enough momentum to weave around the sharp rocks. Nilith felt the turmoil beneath the deck calm as soon as the last shadow passed over. The fear faded quickly. She had managed to hold her breath for the entire duration of the rapids, and only now did she exhale. A peak showed her the canyon walls were retreating, like the sound of the churning water. Instead, she heard the hiss and snap of reeds meeting the bow. She saw them poking over the bulwarks, dappled green and yellow in the slanted sun. A polite cough from Girab brought her to her feet. He held her eyes, his chin high and confident, and she gave him a curtsy. "I was wrong to doubt you." The bargeman hummed.
"Many are. You aren't the first. Won't be the last."
Nilith's gaze followed the edge of a skinny teardrop lake. It was like the bulge of a swallowed rat making its way through this snake of a river. Fields of reeds hugged the lake's edges, pink-edged lily and lotus flowers blossoming amongst their stalks. They were giant and spun like wagon wheels in the barge's wake. The stickled backs of small albino crocodiles lurked between their green platter-like pads. Ibises stood guard in the shallows on legs as long as broom handles. They moved so infrequently, Nilith fancied them sculptures, until she saw one bend and stab the water in a blur of white feathers and catch a wriggling fish. Nilith raised her face and arms to the last of the day's sun, breathing in the perfume of the lake flowers. It was a rare moment of bliss, despite Pharazar's insistence on pacing about the barge. "No sign of your friend Krona!" called the falcon, his voice a whistle on the wind. He circled the lake once to make sure there were no marauders in sight before landing on the barge. "Just a herd of goats, a village, some more salt flats, and maybe a wild camel or two." Nilith didn't doubt him. Bazel's golden orbs could probably spy a mouse at 50 miles. "I don't like being in the open," Pharazar was mumbling.
"We'll be out of it soon enough. Then we'll pass through Calduat," said Girab.
"Where?"
"Hell, Majesty."
Girab cleared his throat, probably unused to his passengers having such titles. The concept of royalty seemed somewhat loose out here on the fringes. The reach of the Emperor extended into the wilderness only so far. His name counted for little outside the sprawls.
"The White Hell. I would have thought you types would be aware of such a place. Isn't this your country?"
Nilith had never heard of it. Her gut wrenched. "More rapids." The bargeman smiled.
"No, madam. You'll see."
"Bazel," she began to say, but stopped at seeing the bargeman's smile die, quickly and ruthlessly.
"Still don't trust me?"
Girab challenged her. Fine. Bazel, stay on the barge." The falcon shrugged his wings.
"All right, but if this ugly bunch of planks starts going under, I'm fucking off sharpish."
Even though Nilith's breeding afforded her little respect, Bazel spoke to her as if she were a chamber shade. It had caused her hackles to rise at first, but it was refreshing and welcome. There was no ceremony in him, no fawning, no senseless drivel courtiers were so fond of, just truth and sense. She gave him a mock scowl. "See? We trust you, Girab." "Humph." The bargeman said no more. Nilith moved to his side, sharing the job of the tiller with him as he guided the barge back into narrower waters, scattering the white crocodiles. Her teeth pulled at her bottom lip. Her heart still hadn't calmed from the slalom through the fangs. Back in a corridor of red rock, the sun had fallen too far to give them much light. After the lake, the shadows fell heavy and cold. Anoish whinnied ominously. Animals had a sense for danger, be it storms or approaching swords. Even with the lack of sun, Nilith found that same old sweat creeping down her brow. She looked to Girab and found him lazy and slouched, eyes half closed, not a bother in the world. She found a scrap of comfort in the old man's posture and tried to adopt something similar. Leaning against the bulwark, she focused on her heart, trying to drown its hurried beats in the burble of water. Despite its capacity to drown, flood, and otherwise inconvenience her, Nilith had to admit there was something calming about a river's song. It even put a stop to the ghost's infernal pacing. Pharazar took up a stand in the centre of the barge instead. This stretch of the Ashti had a deeper tone. At first, Nilith thought it an echo of the rock, but with every twist in the route, the louder it became. Even when the strip of sky widened and the canyon walls became stunted, the noise overpowered the river. Nilith shot a look at the bargeman beside her, all sorts of words for crushing amounts of water running through her mind. He just sucked his teeth. "You said no more rapids," she ventured.
That's right, I did.
Pharazar turned. "A waterfall, then?" The question gave Girab cause to snort.
Oh no, not a waterfall. That sound you're hearing is hammers of a big old limestone mine, almost 100 years old and still churning. They say the place has eaten more souls than it has hours in stone. That's the Caltro, the White Hell. You royals really ain't heard of it."
He looked between the ghost and Nilith, apparently surprised. "The Arctian Empire is a vast domain, my good man," Pharazar explained through a sigh. "The largest in the reaches."
And don't you ever wonder where all the white stone for your fancy towers comes from?
"From the chamber of the Grand Builder or the Chamber of Trade, of course." The bargeman had an imperious look on his face.
And where do they get it from,
Tsk. Pharazar blustered. "Did you just tut at me, peasant?" Nilith silenced both of them with a stamp of her foot. What Pharazar means to say is that's what the Grand Builder is for. Royals are not directly involved with the dealings of the traders and architects, especially the Emperor. "More important things to do," muttered the ghost. Girab nodded.
Like making merry in your famous vault and making war. Well, Majesty, you'll soon see what happens when you don't pay attention to a kingdom.
His words made Pharazar seek out a corner of the barge, and Nilith grin rather widely. She couldn't have put it better if she tried. For an hour, the hammering grew from a hum to a roar. It could almost be classed as thunder by the time she saw a fat gatehouse stretching over the river. She reached for the trident that leaned next to the tiller and held it like a staff. Armoured planks and bars formed a heavy gate that blocked their way. A swathe of green slime besieged the sun-bleached wood. It had already conquered half the wall and looked intent on claiming the rest sometime over the next decade. Twisted black spikes adorned the jagged battlements. Between them, black shapes stood against the dimming sky, flat, wide-brimmed hats on their heads and trigger bows in their hands. Basalt clacked his beak at the sight of their bows. "Here, I'll see you folks on the other side of this place. You can tell me the story later." With that, he burst into the sky, becoming nothing but a wheeling fleck.
Leave this to me.
Girab thrust the tiller into Nilith's spare hand. He strode for the bow and used a pole to stop the barge from butting the gates.
"Stop there!"
yelled one of the figures. Nilith peered upwards, just about understanding his thick desert dialect. On the flat barge, under shrewd eyes, she felt like a delicacy on a platter being served up for dinner. The voice hollered again, this time accompanied by a dark face with big ears and a sprout of hair. Nilith heard the cautionary creak of bowstrings and wished once more for a vassal with a roof.
"Announce yourself! Business, passage, or bandit!"
Girab banged the pole against the gate.
It's me, Thaf. You know it's me. Twice a year I come through, and every time you ask, and why would a bandit tell you he's a bandit?
Bandits are stupid. Might trick him, suggested another voice from behind the parapet. It was barely audible over the hammering of the quarry. Nilith could smell acrid tar and rot on the air. Orders is orders. Thaf banged a palm against the wood. Business or passage, Girab?
Passage, curse it!
Your name. You've just... Thaf cleared his throat loudly. How many passengers?
You've got eyes, haven't you? 2 living, 1 shade, and a horse, if that counts. Girab struck the gate again. Just hurry up!
After much muffled discussion, the gates split in half to the clamour of chains. They moved at an aching pace, revealing their precious secrets so gradually that Nilith had soaked in most of the horror by the time the barge passed under the wall. Once more, the river reached an open clearing, though this one was far deeper, wider, longer, and infinitely more sinister than the last. Nilith craned her neck to take in the breadth of milk-white rock walls. They had been cut into mighty steps, fit for the feet of titans. Machinery and scaffolding sprawled like a city across their angular slopes. A tangle of ladders and ramps stitched it all together like sutures trying to stop a vast gaping wound in the earth from bursting open. The thunder emanated from this foul sprawl. It was not just comprised of hammers, but of countless feet and barrows and voices as well. Both the scaffolding and the surfaces of the bare rock writhed with activity. Even as the day turned to evening, hordes of miners toiled on fervently. They dug, they chipped, they cut, they drilled, ghosts toiling alongside the living. The former gave the limestone a cold glow, while the latter might as well have been corpses for the amount of dust and blood that caked them. More than a few shapes lay prone amongst the piles of stone chips and rubble. Whether dead or dying, nobody tended them. Beasts toiled alongside the miners. Horses, beetles, spiders, and ponies hauled blocks or heaved on rope. They looked in no better shape than the humans who worked them, shaky, emaciated creatures. Unable to witness their plight any longer, Nilith's eyes followed the huge blocks of limestone as they were hauled down the ramps. Lesser blocks swung from ropes as teams yelled and sweated to keep them airborne. Down went the blocks, always down, progressing like picnic items along a column of thieving ants. Down, until she realised the quarry dipped below the river's level. She looked ahead, and found the river had an edge to it, and shit all else beyond it. A moment of panic struck her, along with that word again. Waterfall.
Steady now,
Girab said, feeling her twitch on the tiller. She had yet to let go.
Watch.
Nilith could do nothing but watch as the edge crept closer and the repugnant bowels of the quarry were laid bare. The clanking of machinery and sloshing of water rose above the roar of labour, but all she heard was her heart, louder still in her ears. As her screech was poised to leave her throat, the lurch of the barge interrupted her. Wide-eyed, Nilith looked to Girab. She found him smiling once more. They were falling, but not in the traditional way one tumbles over a waterfall. They glided downwards with all the speed and grace of a feather. The water had come with them, not rushing in a deluge, but instead hugging the barge, sloshing about it in the confines of some unseen platform. Behind them, the river poured down in a sheet, hiding all but the edges of huge girders and cogs grinding away. The rhythmic pounding of some clockwork machine battered Nilith's eardrums. The barge lurched as the platform sank into the river below and sent it washing forwards to the next precipice. Level after level they descended in this fashion. Each mighty step was conquered effortlessly. For a brief time, Nilith saw a beauty in the stubborn ingenuity of human minds that could bend rivers or build towers to top mountains. These were feats that lifted her heart and restored some faith in her kind. And then she gazed down into the hell that the same minds had dug into the earth, and that faith withered. There was no valour in greed, and Caltro looked like the birthplace of greed.
They call these the 9 levels,
Girab told her, motioning up at the huge steps now towering over them.
1 for every decade the white hell's been churning. The 10th's being dug now, down into the earth.
They splashed onto the 9th as he spoke, where what remained of the river had been confined to a wide gutter of stone that ran along the bottom of the quarry. Either side of it, beyond the sprawling stone docksides, Nilith could see channels where the first cuts were being made into the dirt, like flesh scraped away from a shin bone. She nodded, mouth agape. There must be thousands, tens of thousands. Girab's stance of draping over the tiller had not changed, but his lazy eyes had taken on a sharper slant. His forehead had found some more wrinkles.
Hundreds of thousands.
And not all ghosts, but...
No, he grunted. In some places in the Ark, skin is now worth less than shade. Slaves, prisoners, wanderers, outcasts, the white hell accepts all. The rest are shades. Between the living and the dead, there's not a day or night they don't work.
I guess that's what's causing the smell. The air carried the tang of old sweat, the rotting of dead things and overflowing latrines.
Aye.
Nilith knew the Ark was a step away from barbarism on any day of the week, but this quarry seemed one very large step indeed, and one that crossed a line. Surely, if the owners of this place seek to make a profit, they should take better care of their workers.
These are rich men, Majesty.
Girab raised a finger to a bank of glowing lights at the high rim of the pit. Nilith had to crane her neck to see the dark building, like a tower on its side.
Richer in silver than some of your saraks are in half-coin. Food, medicine, even water, all take a cut out of the profits. If a worker dies, he gets to work again in death. If they can't keep him bound, they sell him on, swap him for a live one, or melt his coin to reuse the metal. There's plenty of chained flesh coming from the south, and your city and the sprawls bring shades here by the carriage load. What goes into Caltro don't matter, just what comes out of it. Stone and silver.
As if to illustrate the bargeman's point, they heard a cry over the racket of the quarry. Nilith looked up to see a living worker on the level above, struggling in vain to stop a block the size of their barge from sliding down a ramp. His legs slid through the sand and mud as he fought to stay upright, back pressed to the white stone. Nilith had already guessed his trajectory. The slope was steep and led down to the river's edge. 100 blocks had already been stacked at the bottom, waiting for barges to take them away. She winced as she saw the man had realized too. He flailed, trying to escape, but the block's weight was against him. He roared as it slid down the ramp with him tumbling at its head. The clash of stone might have drowned out the sound of a grown man being flattened, but it did nothing to hinder the carnage that spurted in all directions for a dozen feet. Nor did it soften the wretchedness of the grasping hand, still poking from the gap between the bloodied white stone, still clasping for air amidst the stone dust. Not a word came from any of the nearby workers. Whips cracked, orders were hollered, and backs bent to labour once more. Nilith watched on, fighting the rising bile in her throat. She was a fighter, accustomed to death, but this twisted her stomach. As they slowly drifted along the wide channel, made for barges far mightier than Girab's craft, Nilith watched the waters turn foul and milky from the limestone and the filth of industry, streaked with rainbows of leaked oil. The ash tea was barely flowing now. "Why aren't we moving?" she asked. Girab wiped his nose with the back of his hand.
"Blockage of some sort."
Nilith had been too busy staring at the bloody stone. Now she turned to the lump of slimy wood and stone sitting in their path. It was a huge barge, half-loaded with limestone blocks and already sitting low in the murky water. Seeing that it was on the cusp of sinking, a sailor had the sense to call a halt to the sweating teams working the ramps and pulleys by the dockside. They conversed in a rapid patois Nilith didn't recognise, some pidgin Arctian. "Can you understand them?"
"Not really," Girab said. "Bits at least. It's hellish."
When Nilith remained silent, he shrugged, making the tiller squeak.
"Don't look at me. I didn't name it. It's the tongue of the white hell. Hellish means they can give orders quicker. You don't learn it swift like? Well..."
His finger angled toward the crushed worker. Nobody had made a move to clean him up. It took an age for the stone barge to cast off and for the weak momentum of the sick river to claim it. In the meantime, they were paid a visit by 6 men clad in colourful, puffy silks. Bustling down the stone dockside with smiles and waves, they looked completely at odds with the miserable surroundings. These were not desert folk, but city dwellers. Several had the audacity to wear turbans with jewels and gold medallions dangling from their folds. They clutched the hems of their silks in front of them as they negotiated the puddles and detritus. "Travellers, welcome!" called the closest of them, a pudgy man so red in the cheeks he matched his scarlet trappings. His hands were held to his face as if he were eating an invisible pie of some kind. Nilith assumed it was a greeting until she saw he was twirling a dark and waxy moustache. "Business? A business?" the others clamoured, grinning like beggars stumbling across an untended banquet. Nilith watched their eyes measuring her clothing, the horse, and Pharazar standing as far away as possible beside his body.
"No, just passage," Girab answered for them. "And we're late, so if..." The scarlet man took his hands from his moustache. "Have you no wish to barter? Nothing to sell?" Nilith crossed her arms, a sign of a firm no in crass. In Araxes, it was a sign for merchants to try harder. "None, thank you." "Horse flesh, perhaps?" "No." Chests were puffed. The scarlet man climbed a few steps to stand on the brick lip of the river bank. "Then in that case, you must pay us a toll." Girab swept from the tiller. "Toll? What damn toll?" "The toll." It looked as if it wounded the man to repeat himself. "First you build a gate and start taking names, now a toll?" The bargeman put one foot on the bulwark, his hands clutching his hips. "There's never been no toll on this river, and there never will be. You folks should know that just as well as I do. Not in 100 years has that changed." Scarlet tittered. "You would know, sir, but times eventually do change. The consortium has decided to start charging a toll on those who pass through Calduat. We can't have your kind interfering with our operations." Nilith piped up. "The who?" "The consortium. You have not heard of us, peasant. Shame on you. We have run this mine for 100 years, this and countless other businesses. Half of Araxes is built from consortium stone, I'll have you know." Scarlet paused his tirade to pout at the ghost. "Is the shade for sale?" he asked of Nilith. "He has a familiar face.
Absolutely not, Nilith and Pharazar chorused. She fought not to glance at him, silently thanking him for keeping his God's-damned mouth shut. Scarlet threw up his hands. Shame! We like a half-life with a mouth, don't we? Another titter. This time his gang of friends joined in, sniggering. The toll it is!
What is this toll? Girab growled.
Silvers or gems?
We have neither. Bandits we lead us.
Scarlet smiled. Then it would appear the ghost and the horse are indeed for sale, wouldn't it? Nilith replaced Girab at the edge of the barge, leaving him to work his way back to the tiller. She calmly dug the point of her trident into the wood, hackles bristling. She leaned on the weapon as she slowly looked between the multicoloured buffoons. I find it very strange they didn't mention this at the gate. And as you haven't provided any proof of your authority, your ownership, or even your identity, I can only assume that this is some kind of elaborate swindle, and so I'm unfortunately going to decline to pay you anything at all, she said. Behind her, Girab put his weight into the tiller, using it like an oar to put some distance between them and the dockside. Scarlet's ruddy complexion grew darker. You're educated for a desert yokel, aren't you? I read a lot of scrolls. It matters not. Nobody dares question the Nixites when they ask silvers for their Nix water, claiming Nixwell after Nixwell. The consortium have kept this empire in trade, grain and stone for centuries, not that you would know it. Why shouldn't we charge a toll for our land? Scarlet leaned closer, compensating for Nilith drifting away. As far as we're concerned, peasant, we have more authority here than the Emperor. Now, that's treachery, Pharazar hissed. Scarlet was now leading his gang down the dockside in an effort to keep up with Girab's subtle paddling. He was set on having the last word, refusing to be out-argued by a peasant. Is it half-life? My, you do have a tongue. The Emperor cares only for himself and his wars in the scatter. Why else does he hide in his precious sanctuary atop his mighty tower? Pharazar began to stride forwards, but Nilith blocked his path with the trident. Explain yourself, she challenged the man, baiting him some more. Oh, I'll tell you why. He barely rules over the city, never mind the dune plains or the long sands. Instead, he leaves it to his empress-in-waiting to rule in his stead and deal with the Empire's problems. Yet they have no power out here in the Wyld. The consortium, however... Nilith gritted her teeth. What problems? Ignorant as usual, you desert folk. The Nix water shortage, of course. Soldiers on the streets and murder. Wait! Scarlet realised his error as he found his way blocked by a limestone boulder, and Nilith and the barge slipping beyond it. Enough talking! Pay the toll! He yelled. A horn blew along the river. The stone barge finally cast off, ambling ahead under the power of half a dozen oars. Girab threw himself at his tiller, sloshing water behind them in great arcs. One managed to spray a few of the gaudy swindlers. We're very late, Nilith yelled at them. Scarlet flapped his manicured hands. Halt, I say! The toll! The nearby workers and rowers gawped cluelessly at their masters. Whether they were playing dumb or just dead in the brain, Nilith didn't know, but she thanked them anyway. Girab used the width of the river to put the stone barge between them and the dockside. With a few more strokes, they were ahead of it, beating it to the bottleneck in the river. We'll pay on the way back, he called out. Scarlet was trying to climb through the mess of limestone and ropes, but was quickly running out of path. His silks were now ripped and dusty, his face the very picture of outrage. You'll pay double, peasants! You hear me? Triple!
Whatever you say, Girab shouted, just as they lost sight of Scarlet and his gang behind the stone barge once more. Another threat came, but the words were lost to the wash of water. Nilith joined Girab at the tiller as he paddled, silent and still wary. They listened out for more shouts or ringing bells, but none came. Night was falling quickly. Though torches blazed like the campfires of a vast army, the darkness masked some of the ugliness of the white hell. Even then, they were still drowned by the noise of the place, the hammering, the yelled orders, the whinnying of beasts, the frequent screams. Nilith was glad when they reached the first of the 9 steps, and the sloshing of water and machinery drowned it out. She could see the mechanism better now there wasn't a waterfall in the way. A huge cog was embedded in the cliff, red with rust and slick with water and torchlight. On both sides of the cog, under cotton tents and awnings, 2 armies of glowing shades toiled on cranks. There must have been several hundred of them, shoulders bare and arched in labour. Their thin strands of cobalt muscles stood out like whipcords. White scars crisscrossed their backs. As their barge approached, something hooked their section of river and lifted it into the air with a deep groan. It squealed like a murder victim under the weight, but it held fast. Steel plates snapped shut to hem the water in, and with much juddering and sloshing, they began their ascent. Any water that escaped was caught in pools, and through the magic of pumps and bellows manned by more ghostly crews, it was forced up through a knotted network of brass and wooden pipes to keep the river flowing. Shades crawled across the trembling pipes like spiders, or hung from ropes like odd lanterns. They ignored the barge, seeing to their repairs of rusty junctions instead, where murky river water escaped in jets of fine spray. The pull of the earth was always kinder to falling, not lifting, and as such it took an age to climb out of Caltro. It was a miracle any of the Ashti managed to make it out of the white hell at all. By some chance of design it did, but it was a dirty, murky flow. Nilith spent the journey in silence, waiting for the mechanisms to come to a crunching halt and guards to appear with lanterns and trigger bows. She was surprised all the way to the first step where the canyon walls reappeared. Just as Nilith thought they had escaped without repercussion, she spotted a gatehouse. A few shouts at the gate tried to stall them, but at the sight of the stone barge behind them, the guards were idle about cocking their trigger bows. It seemed stone and timely deliveries were more important than tolls, and the gates were cranked open without further complaint. Girab's barge slid out into the dark, slow river. The only thing that chased them was the insistent hammering, which gradually faded over a stretch of several miles. The quieter it became, the more the river recovered its flow, fed by springs, or so Girab said. He had finally gone back to steering instead of paddling, and by the look of his slumped posture, the old bargeman was grateful for it. Nilith cleared her throat. This consortium, who the fuck are they? Traders, businessmen, though not like your tours and tals. They only care for silver, growled Girab. Own a whole bunch of trade routes and quarries across the deserts. Jumped up bastards is what they is.
Nilith looked to Pharazar. The ghost had taken up his usual brooding spot in the corner of the prow. He liked to sit hunched, his back turned, like a spurned gargoyle. You see now what hiding in your sanctuary has done to the Empire, dear husband. A consortium, problems, they said, a next water shortage, murders, soldiers on the streets. I have done nothing. If this is anyone's fault, it is yours. I kept that city from tearing itself apart for 5 years while you played drunken exile in the south. It is our daughter. Funny how I never had to use your army when I was the one delivering your decrees. She's scheming, just like you taught her. She's most likely trying to pry open the sanctuary door as we speak." Pharazar had been silently bubbling for some time, and she had just removed the lid. His anger turned on her. "And whose fault is that, wife? I told you leaving her unattended was a colossal stroke of idiocy on your part. Clearly I was right." Nilith cracked her knuckles. She had dearly hoped that sending Bazelle to look for her was the summation of Cecine's interference. Bazelle knew nothing more of her plans. Nilith had also hoped leaving her house ghost Attain behind would have curbed some of her daughter's scheming. Now it appeared she was playing Empress in her absence. Her hopes were dashed like a vase against a boulder. "As if you care a damn for anything but your throne," she hissed, moving closer to him. "You hadn't even mentioned her name until the falcon turned up. I doubt she's even crossed your mind, even though it's your fault she is as devious as she is. If you remember, Pharazar, I wasn't trusted to raise her, and just like your father, you raised a royal monster, your own successor." Pharazar stood up, fists raised and shaking. "This is why you should have curbed your greed and stayed there to watch her, to maintain control as you're supposed to. Now she's making decrees as if I was already dead. That's bold, wife, against the code, treasonous. Only you could have taught her that. I see that now. I'll be surprised if there is an Araxes left to drag me back to." From her pocket, Nilith took the copper arrowhead she had dug out of a Noish and made a fist around it. It was large enough for its charm to work on the ghost. She pushed him, making his hands fly out to the bulwark. "As I'm supposed to? Is that what you think my life amounts to? Collecting notes from a door, reading them for a surly court, doing your job? No more, Pharazar. I grew tired of not being the dutiful and silent wife you expected long ago. You married the wrong woman for that. I am stronger than you know. Your duty, Nilith, was to bear a child for this family and do what I tell you. You managed the first. Why is the second so interminably difficult for you?" Another shove. More flailing. "I could only be ignored and despised for so long, only read so many scrolls, only deliver so many idiotic decrees, and each morning I would wake up to see the streets awash with fresh blood. No more, I say!" Pharazar's foot dipped into the water. He did not like that one bit. "Away from me, crass peasant!" Nilith heard the thump of a falcon as Bazelle landed somewhere behind her, felt Girab's wide eyes on her back. "What did I miss?" whispered the bird, but nobody answered him. Nilith had no fear of water now. Though it rushed beneath them, she leaned over Pharazar, their noses almost touching. She felt his cold spreading across her cheeks. "Haven't you realized yet, you ignorant fuck? It's that arrogance that brought my knife to your neck in the first place. This pride and skewed sense of entitlement you Arctians are born with. I slit the throat of the Empire because you do not deserve to rule it. Not you, not Cecine, none of you do. Not over life, and especially not over death. You think yourself better than those stonemongers, those masters of hell, twiddling mustaches while men die around you. You are the same wretched, soulless breed, and you'll realize it by the time I'm done." "By the time you're done? I knew it. I knew my murder was some grand lesson. You are nothing but a venomous, shrewish, greedy—" Nilith was not finished. She jutted out her neck, boring into Pharazar's eyes. "You are nothing but the wine-blotched leftovers of a feckless king. You are weak, deluded. Your only claim to the throne is you murdered your father. You and your kind are the reason the Reaches are rotting, and if I don't do something about it, there'll be nothing left of it." "Shove!"
Splash!
It was no more complicated than that. So rewarding was the ease of it, and the ferocity with which he thrashed against the water, that it brought a wide smile to her face. Her anger faded away as she watched him trail in their wake, bound to the decomposing corpse that was firmly lashed to the deck. Basalt cocked his head and began to chuckle, a crackling sound like leaves crushed under a shoe. Girab cleared his throat.
Ain't he still the Emperor?
No dead emperor or empress has ever sat on Araxes' throne, said the Falcon. At least not for more than 5 minutes. Some family member always binds them or casts their bodies into the Nyx coinless and sharpish like. But until his body's bound or given up, Pharazar's still technically emperor. Nilith drew herself up. And I am still the empress by right of marriage, if not by half-coins, and we know who rules a marriage, now don't we, gentlemen? The bargeman nodded sagely, eyes distant and occupied with some old memory.
The wife.
Well done, sir. Nilith beamed at the bargeman. Basalt just laughed his strange laugh, tiny tongue poking from his beak. And on that note, I have some brooding of my own to do, she said. Does the river start to flow faster, Girab?
Aye.
It was all he gave her, but it was enough. Although she addressed the bird, she looked at Enoish. The horse was fast asleep, ribcage rising and falling in slow succession. Basalt? The Falcon knew her mind.
500 miles, maybe more. Give it a clear day and get out of this canyon. You'll see the city gleam.
Girab coughed, and it thankfully covered her own hitch of breath. She had expected the river route to be faster than this, with fewer interruptions. It was no horse. She counted the days. Just over 2 weeks. That was all she had left in her hourglass before Pharazar was lost to the void. And all the while, her daughter was plotting away in the cloud piercer, following precisely in her father's footsteps. She thanked the dead gods that Cicene, and the rest of the Ark for that matter, still believed the Emperor was locked up tight in his sanctuary. It was a mercy while it lasted. At least Pharazar had done something right during his reign. He had built a solid vault. Do you still want your answers, Falcon? Basalt waggled his head back and forth.
Fine.
Nilith couldn't help but flinch as he launched himself at her, alighting on the railing next to her hand.
You first, Empress.
Nilith turned back to watch Pharazar still floundering a dozen feet behind them. She guessed the decades-old fear of drowning was a hard one to shake. It took me 2 years to realize he'd left. He stopped using the words "I want" in his decrees. Tiny difference, but I knew something had changed. I spent another 3 years proving it and tracking him down. I read every scroll in the Cloud Piercer's libraries, followed rumours, scoured maps and toured the streets. Finally, I found a trace. He had tried his best to hide his escape south, had the guards who escorted him out of the piercer slain and buried in the dunes. Disguise, different name, the lot. Clever for him, really. Misdirection, the crass conjurers call it, but not clever enough to fool me. He switched wagons many times going south, used questionable sellswords too. I found a diary reporting a man of Pharazar's description south of the steppes of Ashiram. A drunk, he called him, boasting about the greatest escape in all the ages. Means nothing until you match up the dates with his decrees changing. A month or 2 in between, perhaps. Spies embellish, found a lord living on the outskirts of the city. A lord with a healthy obsession for wine, concubines, and lavish parties. I had to go see it myself. And lo and behold, at the far end of a dining table I saw him. I had come to kill him, but I almost took my knife out and gutted him right there and then. I climbed back into his mansion that very night and cut his throat while his cock was still in a duke's daughter. Lilith found herself breathing hard. That enough of an answer for you? Basalt shrugged his wings. A fine fucking story. For a person who prides himself on his ability to find elusive bastards. I'm impressed. Then name your price. Your turn, bird. He took a moment to stare up at the star-spattered sky. Death. Whose? My own, said Basalt with a sigh. It was not a sad sound, but a tired one. His golden eyes turned back to her. Apparently, the Nixites bound me a little too well. What thirst and hunger the body gives me, my soul gives it the inability to die. Trust me, I've tried. I am tired of life, tired of immortality, tired of this body, and yet I can't escape. Old age can't kill me. I'm 200 years old. Blades don't work, not even copper. Poison only makes me sick. Flew into more walls than I can count. Froze for 2 weeks atop a mountain. Can't tell you how many times I've tried to die, and every time this fucking body heals. Slowly, painfully, but every time. It refuses to die unless somebody destroys my half-coin, the silver bell. And I've always been too useful, too much of a prize to let go. I thought Cecine had forgotten me.